The floor is yours, sir, for a whakatau.
Tēnā tātou karamu te kua wai o te atua i ngā tātou. I tō mātou matu trai, i a whakatau no, i a tāma tōra o te rata. I te tai pai a tēnā ki te tēnā ki te rata. Mā kia mātou a te tarata mātou o te rata. Rua mātou para e mātou i te tēnā ki te tarana a te mātou. Au hoki mātou i kia ua whakuwara, e ngani whakuwara i tātou. Au hoki te rana ki te rata. Kāme te kua āki. E ngā mana i ngā reo ngā karanga mā o tō tātou nei pare, tēnei tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Me mihi ka tika a ki te runga rawa, ki te mutanga o ngā mea katoa. E whai kōrea ki tō tātou nei tingi, e noho nei ki ngā te tōrona tātou mā tō tūtuna. Kaura ki whānau tonu, a whānau a kia rātauma. Rātau mā kō wheti rangitia, pare ki te tūtahi nui o reirua, a ki te pautūtahi nui o pipiri, ki te kapuni kuni tama o oiroa. Kia tura, haia tura, whakatata. E ngā hau e whakotai a tinana mai kararo i te kua o te kiutanga, kei konei a Waikato, kei konei a Mainapoto, kei konei a Ngāti Hawa, Ngāti Koriki, Kahukura, Ngāti Mamu. E karanga ke nei kia tātou katoa, nai mai hare mai piki mai, a kake mai, ke wanga i tō tātou nei pare, kia mahi i nei mahi e pane ki tēnei kaupapa. Anton, e te tūkana, e te rangatira tēnā koe, tātou katoa, ko whaka ki mai nei, ka rau te kurwai o tēnei o ngā mahi, nai mai hare mai piki mai, kake mai, te tia mana tēnā koe, tātou katoa, ngā tani wha o ngā piko, o ngā whenua, o ngā wai, o ngā maunga, tipua, tēnei te mihi tēnā koutou, tēnei te mihi tēnā koutou, mai hare mai piki mai, kake mai, ka wanga i tēnei o ngā mai, tēnei wā. Mā te atua tātou katoa, e mana ki, e tia ki, e ngā wā katoa, tēnā koutou, o tira, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Mō kau ki runga tama ki raro, a pare haura ki pare Waikato, ngā tuatua ki waenga ki ta kākaroa pata te, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tūtahi mā kui ni ana kia koe tarangatira, e tuana ki te heikara ke hei teina tai tātou hui i runga ngā kupu. Hei whakawāti i ngā kore reira kei tanahi. Mihi tonu rā ki ngā karanga tange ke wainuni a koe, taku nei mohu autira, ko Waikato, autira ko Ngāti Whāwhākia, Ngāti Naho, Ngāti Maha, orere, e mihi kawana kia koe tarangatira. I tō toko ana mihi ki te tātou kini, i runga tauro na tōku o whaia, o tira takau i re hau, oi maru. O tira i tō toko ana mihi kia rātou, ngā tina i tukai wainga nui a tātou, nā reira tūhono rātou haere, haere tūra. Ai papaki kawana ngā tai ki te ainga, ka hō, ka ao, ka watia, kia piki te ora, kia piki ta kā, kia piki ta māramatanga kia tātou i ngā mākot. Ora tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. O tira kawa i wari chia i mihi kawana ki te tangata whenua o te wāhi, o te kaupapa o tēnei wiki, Ngāti Koriki, Kahukura, Ngāti Mahanga, Ngāti Hawa hoki, ora i mihi kawana ki a rātou tēnei wāhi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa, kei ka koe tēnei.
Kia ora tātou and welcome to this hearing. So everybody knows everybody else. I wonder if you would introduce your team, sir.
I'm legal counsel for and assisted today by March. And probably most efficient way
To you, sir, it's really your show today.
Well, I'll explain the front table of the Kerala, the planner for national. With witnesses you're going to hear from today, maybe I'll just introduce those persons. Mr. Mark Morgan is CEO of Andy Park and Waikato Regional. Mr. William Yates, CEO of Rokia Properties, and Nigel Richards, the project manager, advisor to Rokia. Mr. Dole is not a witness, but I'll come to Mr. Dole's participation shortly. Then we'll have Ms. Jack, landscape witness. Mr. Cole is not here yet. He's the urban design witness to give a bit of a sense of what the field of nature is. Then we have Mr. Will. We'll move through the remaining transport and that will round out. Today I have 8 witnesses on the list. Through plus questions.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. I have been doing this sort of thing for close on 30 years now, and my name is Alan Withy. I come out of a planning consulting background, but have been doing expert determination and commissioner work now almost full time for about 20 years. I'll ask my colleague to introduce himself.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name's Antoine Coffin, one of the independent commissioners. I'm sitting next to Mr. Withy. I should say I'm the apprentice. I've only been doing this for about 10 years and have about 28 years in resource management. I may have met some of you in a different guise. I'm also on the panel for the review of local government, which we're finishing our work in the next couple of months. So this is going to be having a change. So this might be my last hearing for a little while. I don't know if that means that I'm no longer the apprentice or mean, but I'm going to be apprentice for a little bit longer. So but lovely to be over here in the Waikato again. And that was a beautiful, crisp morning, which I haven't had for a little bit. So nice to be with you this week.
Mr. Williamson, it's been a while, but you have the honour of the Section 42A reporting officer role today. Would you like to introduce the rest of the council? Well, you're not council strictly, but would you like to introduce the council team?
My name is Nick Williamson. I'm a consultant for the Waipaha District Council, just to maintain a degree of arm's length between the shareholding and relationship the council has. I've had some quarter-century experience as well, from Whangarei District Council through Manukau City Council and dealing with, in fact, the Auckland Airport over many years as well. So that's why I'm involved in this one. I have to my left Wendy Embling, who is council for the Waipaha District. And behind me is Mr. Tony Quickfall, the district plan manager. And I have Andrew from our, for our traffic engineer sitting through. So here today, we'll have other witnesses sitting and listening in today so that they can listen and respond to any questions that you might have. But they'll be appearing tomorrow.
Housekeeping.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jo Greed. I'm the Manager of Governance here at Waipaha, and I will be the Governance Officer for the hearing today and over the next few days. I've just got some housekeeping matters to do with the chambers here and the building. So just in terms of the location of the bathrooms, they are in the foyer off to your right. Extra water is available in the foyer. Please make sure all your cell phones are turned off. The meeting today is going to be recorded and live streamed to YouTube. So please do make sure when you're speaking that you push the red button on the microphone, because if you do not, they won't be able to hear you either if they're on Zoom or on the live stream. In the event of an emergency, if there's a fire siren, follow the directions of staff. We will be meeting out in the car park. Fire exits are out through the main door or over there to your left. First aid, that's main reception. And if you've got any safety concerns, please see me. In terms of conduct, cross-examination is not permitted at any time. Any points of clarification or requests should be directed through the chair. Please don't approach the hearing panel at any time. If you have anything that you need to hand to the hearing panel, please pass them through me as the governance officer. Thank you.
Now, it's not obligatory for people in the gallery to introduce themselves, but do you wish to? No?
So I'm another planner for Haney Park.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Graham Dwyer. I'm a property consultant to the Hamilton Airport. And I request that we can move these chairs so we can see what's going on. Is that okay?
Or you can sit in them if you prefer.
You don't want to be at this table.
You know, it's obligatory once you've stood up and you're the last person, you have to just sing a song for us.
Hi, I'm Scott King and I'll be giving evidence on the Three Waters on behalf of the applicant.
Right. Right. Anybody else? No?
Morning, yeah.
No, that's okay. Kia ora tātou, I'm Tiffany. I'm just a student from Waikato University, just sitting in, doing an analysis on the hearing for one of my papers.
Oh, welcome.
Kia ora, I'm Sam Benson. I'm a planner at Harrison Gredson. I won't be speaking at the hearing, but assisting Nick Growler.
Just Tiffany, obviously you're a student, you're observing, and I remember I used to turn up to environment court cases for the fun of it when I was a student. I don't know if that's a cool thing to do or not, but I enjoyed it. During our breaks, if there's any questions that you have that would be happy to answer those. Obviously, there's no predetermination in terms of the decision we might make, but if they're about the process and those types of things, but perhaps touch base with our governance person and we can sort out some time. Happy to do that.
Is there anything of a procedural nature before we invite the applicant? Ms. Embling, anything from you at all? Keep us on the straight and narrow?
Possibly just one thing, and that is whether you would just like to check in with the Wharetue author as to whether there's any updates to his report following the circulation of evidence and rebuttal.
You're thinking of Mr. Williamson. Yeah, a good point. Do you wish to amend or add to any of your pre-circulated reports, sir?
No, I think just I guess for the record, there's been obviously several versions of the track changes that have come about subsequently. So I think for the purposes of the starting point, the track change versions of the documents that are appended to Mr. Growler's planning evidence of his rebuttal, his rebuttal evidence, that would be the starting position insofar as the Section 42 Act was concerned. So swap out what was the appendix with what Mr. Growler has presented in his rebuttal. Otherwise, there's an opportunity following the conclusion of the applicant's presentations and the submitters, and I can respond to any questions or updates as a consequence of questions from the panel.
Yeah, you'll certainly get another opportunity.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Embley?
No, nothing else. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah, I have a few matters. And
certainly, now's the time. The floor is yours.
So, Sarah, I just want to explain in terms of the evidence. Each of our witnesses have prepared evidence in chief on the 28th of February. Some, I think it was about 8, have prepared rebuttal statements, and all witnesses appearing have also prepared a short summary statement to read aloud before they field questions from the panel. Some of those are quite summary given the length of their evidence in chief and their rebuttal, but given they are circulated in advance, I'm sure they'll be sufficient for purposes they're intended. And I just want to record on the record the panel's helpful confirmation that Messrs. Gainsford, Bellbooth and Linfa have been excused from presenting evidence, but their evidence is still to be taken as read and accepted by the panel. If I can address the 4 o'clock, starting at the end of the day, the 4 o'clock site visit. My respectful submission, sir, that I've foreshadowed through the administrative section of the panel is I've made the suggestion that the panel be accompanied by Mr. Robert Dole. The reason for that is twofold. One, he's not a witness in these proceedings. Two, given health and safety issues in terms of these are working productive areas, that the panel needs to be accompanied by somebody to facilitate access to the 3 relevant sites. But also, if the panel has any need for navigation, Mr. Dole has sufficient information and understanding of the proposal in the local area to be able to assist the panel when the panel requests that of him. The suggestion has been to take the panel to, or to meet the panel at 188 Narrows Road, that's the Titanium Park site. And from there to look at the area of the hub, which is one of the hillocks that will provide some overview of the area and where it fits into the other precincts that are existing in Titanium Park and at the airport, to then proceed to the Ruakia Properties site. And then finally, sir, what's been referred to in the evidence as the compensation site at 235 Rains Road. And then from there, the panel can decide what else it wishes to see in the wider locality.
Sorry, if I may interrupt, just a very practical question. Do we need gumboots or any other equipment for the site visit?
My understanding is not, sir. Yeah. And I should just come back to the evidence, sir, if that's it for the questions on the site visit. In terms of the evidence, I've assumed, or I'm running the case on the basis that the pre-circulated evidence, the panel has its own copies and it's read the evidence in advance. If there are copies that are needed, then we can hand up a set, but I wasn't anticipating having to provide hard copies. If that understanding is wrong, Mr. Much will take care of that.
Yeah, perhaps, and just a question about the summaries. One, I don't need, it doesn't look like we need copies of the evidence. We've read, we do not. However, I just had a question about the summaries. Are the summaries intended to be the executive summaries from the evidence, or they're going to be a bit different? They're going to be a summary of the evidence.
Very good question. So the witnesses who do not provide rebuttal, the summaries are largely the executive summary rather than producing further evidence. There is an asterisk to that, sir, in the context that there was some late evidence filed by Mr. Hickey, and I don't have an issue with the late evidence being filed by Mr. Hickey or Mr. Cuff. But what I have done is ask my witnesses to respond where appropriate to Mr. Hickey's evidence in the context of their summary statement. So some witnesses will summarise their evidence in chief, their rebuttal, and have a commentary on Mr. Hickey. That way, I felt as if there was no prejudice to the applicants and I didn't need to raise a problem with the late filing of the evidence. So that's what I've adopted.
Just in regards to the summaries, if there is a summary that is different to the executive summary, it'd be good to have a copy of that, either electronically or...
We have hard copies of all.
Thank you. Just a little question for the site visit. I've anticipated that we'll drive up to Narrows Road following the hearing, and my vehicle isn't a four-wheel drive vehicle, so I would assume we'll park it somewhere and then we'll be shown to where we need to go.
Look, that would be a fail if the commissioner's car got stuck on site, so Mr. Dole.
It would be quite embarrassing if you saw my particular car. That would be quite embarrassing.
Mr. Dole has arrangements for that, sir, so.
Okay, fine. That's good. Thank you.
I just wanted to also foreshadow at the start that I address in my submissions the consultation that's been undertaken. That process is continuing with parties, and one in particular, Hamilton City Council. There have been discussions. I don't have anything of substance to update for the panel, but I want to foreshadow that if and when I do, then I will provide that to the panel when I'm in a position to do so. But in the interim, the case is running as the case has been presented thus far, including legal submissions. Two other matters. One, sir, I'm not quite sure what Forest and Bird planning witness is intending to do. They're scheduled in the hearing schedule to appear, but I have not received any evidence in advance in accordance with the panel's directions in minute 1, which required expert evidence to be pre-filed. So I just reserve the position there because we haven't had an opportunity to consider what they may or may not have to say. And finally, an apology to those on the live stream. The view of the back of my head is not the most inspiring image for the day, but I can't change the camera, so apologies. So that's the housekeeping, sir. So I'm ready to present legal submissions when you are, sir.
Just before you do, could I ask the administrator, have we heard from Forest and Bird?
Not that I am aware of, unless anyone else in the council team has.
They're scheduled for Friday, so we have a little time anyway.
I suppose I just put it out there that I haven't received, nor as council, as far as I'm aware, it's not on Plan Change 20 website, any evidence from Ms. Hammond.
Yeah, well, they're scheduled for Friday morning, so they've got 48 hours.
Yeah, and so if evidence will be received from them, then we would have to have an opportunity to respond.
Well, of course, you have the right of reply in relation to everything that precedes you.
Right, I'll ask Mr. Much to hand up my legal submissions. They're quite lengthy, but I think that's important to get everything on the table. As they're of some length, I'll remain seated with your permission, sir. I also intend at parts to take parts with your leave as read. Other parts are summarised, although I inevitably find when people say they'll speak to parts, they end up taking longer than it takes to actually read what was in the document. But we'll see how we go, sir. Right. These submissions are in support of Plan Change 20 to Waipa District Plan that was requested by joint applicants Titanium Park and Rukia Properties. And I'll refer to them as TPL and RPL throughout all the applicants. Plan Change 20 proposes to extend the northern precinct of the District Plan's airport business zone to the northwest by approximately 89 hectares. So you'll see throughout the evidence reference to 89 hectares and 130 hectares. The difference between those is that 41 hectares is already zoned airport business, but the intention is for Plan Change 20 to apply in its totality to the 130 area. And secondly, to establish the planning framework for a quality urbanisation of the northern precinct for business activities. PC20 will enable a logical and coordinated extension to the northern precinct of the airport business zone, facilitating the delivery of much needed business land in a strategic location. It will provide for an expansion of the highly successful Titanium Park Business Park. The proposal is founded on rigorous assessment following an extensive master planning process. The evidence demonstrates that Plan Change 20 will achieve important benefits for Waipa and the wider region, and that all potential adverse effects can be appropriately managed through the carefully designed Plan Change 20 provisions. Mr. Grala and Mr. Inga, the two planners, conclude that PC 20 meets the relevant statutory tests for a proposed plan change under Part 2 of Schedule 1 to the Resource Management Act. PC 20 is supported by a comprehensive Section 32 analysis, and following changes, following the notification of Plan Change 20, also a Section 32A analysis and the supporting evidence, which demonstrates that it is the most appropriate, i.e. optimal, way to achieve the purpose of the Act and the objectives of the district plan, and to give effect to all higher order planning documents, including the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, the NPS on urban development, and the NPS on highly productive land. The 42A report concurs with this assessment, and there is a very high degree of agreement between TPL and RPL's experts and Waipa District Council's experts and officer. The 42A recommends that Plan Change 20 be approved with relatively minor modifications, and having directed relevant subject matter peer reviewers, the author of the 42A report sets out his high-level summary, and I don't need to read that, sir, but essentially reconfirms what I have just taken you through in terms of what Plan Change 20 achieves. Those conclusions align with the expert evidence filed on behalf of TPL and RPL. Our overarching submission is that the panel can justifiably conclude that PC20 satisfies the relevant provisions of the RMA and that it should be approved. Scope of these submissions. The purpose of these submissions is to contextualize the large body of information before the panel in order to assist the panel in making findings on the issues. These submissions will briefly introduce the witnesses for the applicants, provide an overview of Plan Change 20. I'll do that in summary form, sir. Set out the procedural context and the issues in contention. Outline the statutory framework applying to Plan Change 20. Now, in the old days, we used to skip that part of the process, and now it's very much at the core of all decision making. So I will take you through that exciting topic. Then address the key issues in terms of the NPS, highly productive land, and take you through the pathway for approving this plan change. Address the issues of the long-tail bats, peka, the retail provisions and effects, and the transport infrastructure provision and effects. Then I'll comment on the issues raised by submitters, and to a lesser degree, the 42A officers, and then set out, you'll be pleased to know, our overarching submission in support of Plan Change 20. Now, in Section 2, I just provide some background to TPL and RPL. You will hear from both senior execs of each entity to put a face and a name to the companies. What I do note in paragraph 2.2 is that the corporate entities and the personalities behind both applicants are long-term or long-time members of the local community. Both entities intend to continue to have a long-term involvement with the plan change site, something quite different from some other development where the developer develops and then sells and moves on. And they both share a commitment to delivering a quality and enduring legacy project that they in the region can be proud of. I set out in 2.3 the sort of structure of TPL, and Mr. Morgan covers that in greater detail. And then in respect of RPL in 2.4, I just note the 29 hectare site of the RPL land that's located between State Highway 3 and Middles Road, and not in my submissions, but it comes through in the evidence. This site's key for unlocking Plan Change 20 in terms of its involvement. Site is currently occupied by a major plant research and development facility run by Genetic Technologies Limited. It's a related entity to RPL, but is a seed producer, distributor of Pioneer seed brands in New Zealand. And just note, as Mr. Yates does, that the RPL land is subject to an implemented resource consent, providing for a large and significant research and development facility. That has some bearing and relevance when one comes to making an assessment under the NPS HPL. In summary, at 2.6, both TPL and RPL have long-standing local connections and a track record of positive development and wider contribution to the social, cultural and economic well-being of the communities within which they are based. They have approached Plan Change 20 in a practical, mature and consistent fashion by working together and sharing witnesses. So other than the corporate witnesses, commissioners, all witnesses and indeed legal counsel appear on behalf of both entities. Both applicants are committed to a coordinated delivery of a quality northern precinct under Plan Change 20. That approach has the benefit of enduring integrated management, both in terms of the development, design, and management of effects. And you may recall Mr. Richards confirming that the intention on the Rukuhia Properties Limited site is for the same design guidelines will apply in their totality to the Plan Change 20 site, rather than having a disjointed and different set of guidelines applying to each. So there's that coordination. 15 witnesses, well, 18 witnesses, but you'll hear from 15 witnesses during the course of the next 2 days that fully describe Plan Change 20 and address all relevant issues under the Act. That evidence is the culmination of several years of detailed assessment by a range of highly experienced and independent experts who collectively possess a wealth of experience in the design and assessment of large plan change processes. I set those witnesses out in full, sir. And as I said, in 3.3, the exclusion of the other 3 witnesses who have filed evidence in chief. Plan Change 20, a snapshot, and I won't read this all, but the AEE and the evidence comprehensively details the proposal, and I don't intend to read that out. In summary, however, I do note that Plan Change 20 site is approximately 130 hectares, consisting of 41 hectares of already zoned airport business land. You'll hear that repeatedly, sir, at the risk of repetition, but it is quite key for some of the assessments and the approaches they have taken. And 89 hectares of rural land under the district plan. If I can just take you down, sir, to over the page to matter C. Hamilton Airport and or the northern precinct of Titanium Park is identified for future urban development in a wide range of documents and strategies. The RPS identifies Hamilton Airport and Southern Links as a strategic industrial node, including in proposed Change 1, which is going through the regional council processes currently. The district plan identifies in Schedule S1 the possible future airport growth area in this site or these sites, and a range of other strategies, and I set them out there in some detail as to the anticipation of the development of this land and the urbanisation of it. The rezoning proposed by Plan Change 20 is therefore clearly signposted in the statutory and non-statutory planning documents, albeit that the northern precinct extension is to be affected by Plan Change 20. It's proposed earlier than previously anticipated by some of those documents, and we'll address that in the context of the NPSUD later on. Plan Change 20 is a highly accessible and highly connected location, both in terms of the airport and in terms of the roading network, and its location well within the Golden Triangle between the Bay of Plenty, Rotorua, Taupo and Auckland. Plan Change 20 will help to meet the district and the region's future demand for business land. And I set out a quote there from Mr. Colgrave, the economic witness. Plan Change 20 represents a logical and coordinated expansion. It is not a typical greenfield site development. Rather, PC20 will provide for an extension of what is already a thriving business park equipped with high quality business development infrastructure in an area already signposted for business rezoning. Non-ancillary retail, and you'll hear a bit about non-ancillary and ancillary, which frankly does my mind in trying to make sure I don't confuse the two, but non-ancillary retail will be enabled and consolidated within the area identified and referred to as the hub, and in the proposed retail area shown on the structure plan on the RPL land. A non-ancillary retail cap or GFA cap for the northern precinct of 5,000 square meters is proposed, including to manage impacts on the retail centres. Detailed, prescriptive and clear rules and triggers and provisions on the development of the northern precinct in accordance with significant transportation networks is also a key feature of Plan Change 20. Notwithstanding the above, it's important to note that Plan Change 20 is not a comprehensive rewrite of the airport business zone. It's never intended to do that, or the scheduling of significant natural areas. And I make that comment in the context of the Department of Conservation's submission. That is important to remember when considering some of those submissions received. Nor self-evidently is Plan Change 20 a resource consent application. And the relief sought by a number of the parties have in our submission lost sight of that. Some of the relief that's sought would make Plan Change 20, which is to go within the Waipā district plan, read more like a set of resource consent conditions in my submission. In 4.3, I set out, I start to set out the issues around the key benefits of Plan Change 20. I'll just note at the beginning that while some submissions in opposition naturally focus on perceived shortcomings with PC20, we submit it's important not to lose sight of the range of significant economic, employment and social benefits of the proposal. And I set those out for you, sir, over the page, right through to page 10. And I will just take those as read, but I wanted to point them out to you and indicate that they are set out there in some detail. I can take you then to page 11 at 4.4. Plan Change 20 removes a reference to the existing 41 hectares of airport business zones comprehensive development plans. They were quite the vogue a few years back, but have run into some problematic issues before the Environment Court and other jurisdictions. And that's one of the reasons why the Plan Change 20 applies to both the live zone land and also the rural zone land. So it removes reference to that process for the northern precinct. Overall, the proposal is an attractive and functional urban environment, which will be a valuable resource enabling the community to provide for its social, cultural and economic well-being. The proposal has been carefully crafted, not only from a technical effects point of view, but also to efficiently use and utilise the land available to create a thriving business and community space. In short, to deliver a sustainable outcome for the locality and the region. I now move on to, and I'm happy to field questions as we go, or save them to the end. I should have said at the start.
Just, it's not a question so much as or perhaps it is a question. Are you going to cover off, provide us any advice in terms of national policy statement for highly productive land? I haven't had a chance to skip ahead.
I step you through that.
Cool.
Some of the submissions were critical that the plan change request hadn't addressed the NPS HPL.
Yeah, and that's the submissions around the guidelines
and those types of things. Should have come as no surprise because it was issued on a Sunday afternoon, well after the lodgement of the plan change request, and I can assure you did spoil my Sunday as we needed to try and understand what had been delivered by central government over the weekend. But Commissioner, I step you through that, and of course there's a vast amount of evidence doing the same. Procedural context. First of all, I turn to consultation. At all stages of the PC20 process, the applicants have made a concerted effort to engage constructively with key stakeholders and parties potentially interested in Plan Change 20, and that process continues and will continue beyond today. Mr. Morgan outlines the applicants have been or are committed to a meaningful consultation process. As part of its commitment to environmental management in the local community, the PC20 team and its advisors have over several years engaged in good faith with a range of parties, including Mana Whenua, the council, institutional stakeholders, for example, Waka Kotahi. I think you can see the meaningful consultation that's been undertaken with the evidence that's been received or filed by Waka Kotahi, the local community, and have basically genuinely sought to address concerns. The applicants have also endeavoured to resolve or narrow as many issues as possible before the hearing, and to that end they have continued to proactively engage with submitters in the period leading up and through expert conferencing. And I'll touch on the expert conferencing later because that's something that occurred, or seems to have occurred a wee way in the process, but it was only 6 weeks. Submissions. PC20 was publicly notified in September of last year, including direct notification of residents within a very large geographical area of Waipa and Hamilton City. I might just observe it was exceptionally large in terms of direct notification. But notwithstanding, only 26 submissions were received, with a number in support, or support in part, or silent as to the ultimate decision sought on PC20 in its totality. Some submitters are opposed to the expansion of the Northern Precinct, while others sought to expand the extent of the precinct even further. And the commissioners have issued your decision in respect of issues around scope from Hamilton City and for Tabi Tiger and related further submissions. The issues raised in submissions are neatly summarised in the Section 42A report, and I don't take you through, I focus on the key submitters. Although the RMA is not a numbers game, the low number of submitters in opposition indicates that there is not widespread opposition to this proposal. We submit that in the end, a plan change proposal that appropriately addresses all issues raised in the submissions. The end result is this proposal does that. Expert conferencing. Following submissions, the panel directed expert conferencing. Conferencing was undertaken on several topics, facilitated by the highly experienced and former Environment Court Commissioner, Ms. Marlene Oliver, resulting in the production of the following joint witness statements: ecology and bat habitat, economics and retailing, and 2 transport and planning related JWSs of 10 and 15 February. Conference was effective in narrowing and in some cases resolving issues raised between the parties. The updated provisions, the most recent version attached to Mr. Grala's statement, rebuttal statement, incorporates several matters agreed at the conferencing. And I'll just take you through that. I respectfully submit that, as Mr. Williamson indicated, that we use, for the time being, the set of provisions that are annexed to Mr. Grala's rebuttal statement. And the reason for that is Mr. Grala and some other witnesses, including Mr. Inga, have responded to some of the evidence that has been filed. And so there were some relatively minor updates where the TPL and RPL team agree that with witnesses for submitters that some changes should be made. It looks like a kaleidoscope, but Mr. Grala has identified changes within those provisions that have been made since notification. as a result of joint witness statements, and as a result of evidence from submitters, all in different coloured tracking, so you can see the evolution of the provisions, Commissioners. The applicants are grateful to both the panel for directing conferencing and Ms. Oliver for facilitating the sessions. Without wishing to overplay the issue, it's unfortunate that Mr. Akhurst is presenting economic evidence for the Hamilton City Council, was unable to attend conferencing, and instead Ms. Fairgrave and Ashby participated in economic conferencing on behalf of the City Council, neither of whom have filed evidence. It's also unfortunate that Mr. Akhurst has attributed to Mr. Colgrove reported statements made during the expert conferencing which are not recorded in the economics JWS. We are advised that Mr. Colgrove has no recollection of making such statements, and I would just observe the fact that they're not in the JWS would indicate that even if such statements were made, and Mr. Colgrove testifies they were not, they are privileged and confidential and should not have been disclosed in open forum. I think it's just important to put that on the record, Commissioners. And I've already addressed Ms. Hammond's lack of evidence thus far.
Just if you don't mind pausing there, my colleague has raised the good point that it would be helpful if we could have that latest set of wordings that will be attached to Mr. Growler's rebuttal evidence, if we could have that early on today.
Yeah, that was filed on Friday, but I have hard copies here. And Mr. March, when we break for morning tea, which we didn't talk about, Commissioner, will provide that through the hearings secretary in terms of a hard copy.
Those would be appreciated. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so there were the 8, just to be clear, there were 8 sets of rebuttal filed on Friday. 42A report. 42A report prepared by Mr. Williamson concludes that Plain Change 20 gives effect to the applicable higher order planning documents and is appropriate in that context. Mr. Williamson recommends a few relatively minor changes to the PC provisions in the text of the 42A report. However, the PC 20 provisions attached to the report do not include any tracking or other amendments reflecting those recommendations. Hence, one of the reasons for using Mr. Growler's rebuttal as the control set for the time being. TPL and RPL have carefully considered the Plain Change 20 amendments recommended in the 42A report, and the applicant's experts have responded comprehensively to the recommended changes in their statements of evidence. TPL and RPL and its expert team largely agree with the 42A report's recommendation, with only a small number of relatively minor outstanding issues remaining between the applicants and the council. And I probably would refine that further and say it's really between the applicants' witnesses and the reviewers, the technical reviewers. The primary outstanding issue relate to Mr. Williamson's recommendation for increased or additional protection for trees that comes through the landscape reviewer for Waipa, and additional controls on wet industry that can be established prior to the northern precinct connecting to the proposed Southern Metro wastewater treatment plant. These are characterised as amendments to provision wording relating to narrow issues as opposed to material or wholesale changes. The applicant's experts, including Mr. Growler, outline in detail why these 42A recommendations are not appropriate or justified. Just want to comment on the post-notification changes to the provisions. Since the notification of PC 20, the applicants have carefully considered all feedback received, including issues raised in submissions and through conferencing, and have sought to respond constructively. The applicants have proposed a number of amended PC 20 provisions, which are detailed in Mr. Growler's evidence and included in the latest track set. Changes include, and I'll take you through these, significant improvements to the ecology back provisions for the Northern Precinct, which strengthen the provisions applying to ecological effects management through the introduction of avoidance mechanisms, a BHA, which is an acronym for bat habitat areas, shown on the proposed structure plan. and more prescriptive requirements for matters including bat habitat enhancement, building setbacks, lighting controls, vegetation trimming, pruning and removal, ecological management plans, and assessment criteria. Those changes are of real substance, and whilst many of them may have been picked up through the production of a bat management plan at a later consenting stage, the decision was made to provide the certainty and the confidence to all involved and to lock those in by way of provisions and rules. The proposed provisions draw on the provisions recently endorsed by the hearing commissioners for Hamilton City Council's PC5, that's the Peacock plan change. They represent a significantly more onerous, certain and robust regime for managing effects on bats than those proposed within the PC20 request as notified. Just for clarification, when I say they, I'm talking about our post-notification changes, one of which the applicants have endorsed. The provisions also bring an element of consistency and regionality to the approach to respond to bats. Simply, I'm saying that they integrate well with the recently decided Plan Change 5 decision in Hamilton. Amendments to the transport provisions to provide a policy framework and a consenting pathway for departing the transport upgrades specified within Rule 10.4.2.13a and other changes following the transport joint witness statement, such as building into Rule 10.4.2.13a an ability to deliver a suitable alternative walking and cycle shared path connecting to Peacocks Road. Those two issues, or that flexibility, came out of the joint witness statement and were agreed by all the participants. Introduction of a rule that requires buildings within the northern precinct to be designed in accordance with the NZ Fire Service Firefighting and Water Supply Code of Conduct, and that responds to the submission and the evidence of Mr. Sharman. So we've accepted the relief that the Fire Service seek. Several amendments of the proposed changes proposed by the applicants, for example, the provisions requiring extensive bat corridors and other bat control enhancements, will come at a very significant cost to the applicants. Further changes to the PC20 wording have been proposed by the expert team in response to the submitted evidence. And as I say, that is set out in the rebuttal set of provisions. The proposed changes demonstrate in my submission good faith nature in which the applicants have willingly responded to legitimate issues raised through the plan change process, and they have further honed PC20 as representing the most appropriate planning framework. And so I come to sort of try to synthesize the issues remaining in contention.
Sure. And this might be something for Mr. Grallo a little bit later, but just in terms of these codes of practice, and there's a number of them, and you can see them in the district plan. And just in terms of these standards get updated from time to time quite regularly, and I'm seeing some number of other district plans that become out of date. So you're using the old, and you're not going to do a plan change to change the code, but that's been specifically provided to address a specific issue. And I just wondered if there was any advice around what's the best approach to that.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and I think the telcos encountered that early on in terms of locking in standards in respect of telecommunication sites and RF emitted from those. I'll come back to you after the morning tea, Commissioner, once I've discussed with Mr. Gralla, but the intention would be not to foreclose and have a retrograde reference to an old standard when we come to consenting, but I'll work you through that.
Just while we're paused, I see it's gone 10:30. The matting list provides for a 12:30 lunch. You've mentioned a morning tea break a couple of times. When would you propose we take that?
I don't need one, sir, but I'm just conscious that till 12:30 might be a long time for no bathroom breaks. So I have a lot to get through. So I'm in your hands because I want to try and keep the schedule as much as I can, but I'm conscious I have a lot to talk about. So it's really over to you, sir.
Well, perhaps at some convenient time approaching 11 o'clock in your address, you could indicate a...
Mr. Marshall, give me a kick at the appropriate time and I'll stop speaking. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir. So I set out in 520 the issues remaining in contention because I think it's important for you to have some sense of that at the start of the hearing. They're in no particular list of importance. And the first one is the application of the NPS urban development. I'm not so sure that that can be categorised as a significant issue in contention, but there are some points of difference in terms of expert opinion. The long tail bats is still a matter of contention between the applicant and the Director General's witnesses, so that is there. Retail controls is a matter of contention between the applicant and Hamilton City Council, not Waipa, but the City Council. And transport, again, not really any issues in contention between the applicants and the Waipa reviewers in terms of substantive outcomes and provisions. There's some disagreements on some minor matters, and not really any contention between the applicant and Waka Kotahi. There is some matters still unresolved on the face of the evidence between the applicant and Hamilton City in terms of the transport provisions. And there's still a matter that we don't accept in respect of Tabby Tiger and the relief that Mr. Chris seeks in respect of the roundabout and sort of providing for some potential future development, but I'll come to that later.
Just as a matter of interest in terms of the transport matter of contention, particularly the Hamilton City Council, I still haven't in my mind worked out what's the difference between the mandate jurisdiction issues and which are the technical expert issues, and the guidance of yourself and your experts would be helpful in that regard.
Yeah, I go on to describe some of the concerns of the City Council as curious. Maybe I'll just save my powder and come, but I do address that, sir. Plan Change 20 was accepted, so I'm coming to the statutory context now. Plan Change 20 was accepted on the 23rd of August, 2022. You'll recall, sirs, that just for the avoidance of any doubt, you'll recall that we follow a draft application earlier, and then that was updated and subsequently notified. It therefore falls to be considered under Part 2 of Schedule 1 to the RMA. This also means that it was notified prior to when the emissions reduction plan and the National Adaptation Plan came into effect on the 30th of November of last year. And as PC20 was notified prior to the 30th of November, in accordance with clauses 26 sub 3 and sub 4 of the 4th schedule to the RMA, the plan change must be determined as if those climate change amendments had not been enacted. Now, notwithstanding that, just to cover the bases, we asked our witnesses to consider the emission reduction plan and national adaptation plan, and you would have seen references in Mr. Grala and Mr. Linkfer's evidence confirming Plan Change 20 consistencies with those documents. But to be clear, however, your determination of PC20 does not require considerations of those plans. It is well established that the approach to the assessment of proposed plan provisions is set out in the decision of the Environment Court in Long Bay and subsequently updated in further Environment Court decisions. In line with the accepted approach, the key RMA provisions applying to the panel's consideration are sections 72 to 76. As the panel will be aware, these provisions set out the purpose of district plans, matters to be considered by the territorial authority in preparing and changing its district plan, and the contents of district plans. Essentially, your task is to determine whether PC20 is the most appropriate means of achieving the RMA's purpose. And so in 6.3, distill the key matters the panel must be satisfied And I think I might just take you through this. Firstly, A, you need to be satisfied it is in accordance with the council's functions set out in section 31, the purpose and principles in part 2, and the council's obligations under section 32. You have to be satisfied it gives effect to all relevant national policy statements. And I've got here namely, because they're the most relevant, the NPSUD and HPL. The national planning standards to the extent that that's required, and the RPS. C, you need to ensure that it's not inconsistent with any Waikato regional plan with respect to functions of regional councils. The panel must also have regard to any relevant plans and strategies prepared under other acts, the extent to which the district plan needs to be consistent with plans or proposed plans of adjacent territorial authorities. And there, sirs, I think the relevance of that really does come to the fore with the PC5 and our provisions relating to BATs. And you'll see that there's alignment between the two. In addition, you must take into account any relevant planning document recognised by an iwi authority. And I set out the Waikato Tainu Rāwhatu Claims Settlement Act, addressed that below, is also relevant. After considering PC20 and undertaking further evaluation under section 32AA, just tweak the sentence here, the panel will recommend to the council to approve PC20, approve it with modifications, or decline it. RMA provisions, I've attached this sort of paperless, trying to be paperless environment. It's still useful to have relevant provisions, and I've attached those to the Annexure A of the submissions. I'll take you through the exciting topic of section 32. Section 32 requires an evaluation of the extent to which the relevant objectives are the most appropriate way to achieve the RMA's purpose, and whether PC20 provisions are the most appropriate way to achieve the objectives. The latter inquiry requires the identification of other reasonably practicable options for achieving the objectives and assessment of efficacy and effectiveness of the provisions in achieving the objectives. And that is a really relevant test when you receive some of the submitter relief.
Just in regards to that, we've had a number of the experts for the applicant have their advice to us is that a number of the submitter points can be disregarded because they haven't provided the section 32AA evaluation. I just wondered whether you had a view that would be helpful to us in terms of your particular legal advice. Should we be dismissing those out of hand, even if the issue that they've raised we think has some merit and substance, but it hasn't had the evaluation in terms of how that fits in the decision-making process?
That's all that's come across in the evidence. I apologise for that. I wouldn't suggest dismissing them in toto and out of hand. I think it goes to the weight that you apply to that expert opinion, because it hasn't gone through that filter required of that the Act requires of any of those changes to go through. And 32AA is not a nice to have or a discretionary process, it's a mandatory one. So the fact that the experts or the submitters have not put it through that filter may mean, or should mean, that perhaps you are on notice and wish to inquire as to how these meet this 32AA requirement. But I wouldn't go so far as to say you should reject their relief as a result of that, but it should go to.
I should probably apologise. I'm interpolating here. I'm emphasising that's the advice from some of the experts, but they have actually gone through and assessed. They pointed it out. Yeah. That's a particularly important point.
I think I'm at 6.8. A comprehensive section 32 evaluation was provided with the PC20 application documents. The panel must have regard to the 32 evaluation, and a 32AA evaluation has also been undertaken for the post notification changes to PC20, which the panel also must have regard to. Take you to part 2 now. Despite section 74(1)(a) requiring that plans must be prepared in accordance with the provisions of part 2, as the commissioners be well aware, the Supreme Court in King Salmon made it clear that unless there is invalidity, incomplete coverage, or uncertainty of meaning in the statutory planning documents, decision makers need not refer back to part 2 when determining a plan change. We submit that none of the caveats identified in King Salmon apply, and direct recourse back to part 2 is not required. However, as is common practice and out of the abundance of caution, part 2 in the context of PC20 is addressed in detail in the AEE. Now, Mr. Gooding, for the Director General of Conservation, refers back to part 2 in section 6C in particular, although he does not address in detail the reasons for doing so as outlined in King Salmon. And that's in the context largely around the RPS provisions on biodiversity. We submit that whatever approach is taken with respect to part 2, the outcome is the same. That is, Plan Change 20 is the most appropriate framework and should be approved. Plan Change 20 will enable both present and future communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being, including through the efficient use of resources, while establishing a framework for the appropriate management of effects. Legal principles for addressing PC20, the Long Bay test. As identified above, the approach to the assessment of the proposed plan provisions has been laid out in a series of court decisions, notably Long Bay and followed by Colonial Vineyards. Now, we attach to Annexure B the accepted summary from Colonial Vineyards. This is on all fours with the analysis adopted in this submission. It provides a useful yardstick for you as commissioners when you work through and assess the Plan Change 20. The relevant planning documents are carefully analysed in the application documents, the 42A report, and the comprehensive evidence of Mr. Grala and Mr. Inga. There is no material disagreement regarding the applicable planning framework as between the 42A officer and Messrs. Grala and Inga. They agree on the relevant planning documents and that plan change gives effect to them. Therefore, we only address below certain matters which we consider additional comment will assist in the panel. Now, set out in 7.2 and 7.3 the relevance of the vision and strategy for the Waikato River. And essentially in 7.4, I say that PC20 must give effect to Te Ruri Waimana and that the panel must have particular regard to it. And we say that the evidence demonstrates that PC20 gives effect to that vision and strategy, and the 42A officer agrees. NPSUD. The NPSUD recognises the national significance of having well-functioning urban environments that enable people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety now and into the future, and providing sufficient development capacity to meet the different needs of people and communities. The Council is currently undergoing planning processes to give effect to the NPSUD and the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act, referred to in these submissions as the Amendment Act. The NPSUD is addressed in detail in the AE, the officer's report, and Mr. Grala's evidence. PC20 in my submission roundly gives effect to the NPSUD. It will assist with providing the development capacity to meet the demand for business land and with achieving well-functioning urban environments. There may be some debate over the full extent to which the NPSUD applies to private plan changes. That is, the provisions Plan Change 20 is required to give effect to, including the otherwise highly relevant Policy 8, which directs local authority decisions affecting urban environments to be responsive to plan changes that would add significant development capacity and contribute to well-functioning urban environments, even if the development capacity is unanticipated by the RMA plans or out-of-sequence planned land release. We submit it's not material to the panel's decision because Plan Change 20 is the most appropriate planning framework, irrespective of which parts of the NPSUD strictly apply to it. PC 20's appropriateness is not dependent on the application or otherwise of the NPSUD. PC 20 gives effect to the relevant provisions in the RPS in any event. I just footnote the relevant case law there at 63. And there is nothing inconsistent between Plan Change 20 and the changes the council is required to make, because that's a separate process, to its plan by the NPSUD and the Amendment Act. Finally, achieving PC 20 provisions that achieve both the objectives set out by Te Ure Waimana and the directives of the NPSUD is key. There is a clear tension between the two documents, which is one which seeks the restoration and protection of the Waikato River, and the other which directs urbanisation. PC 20 effectively navigates that tension. Now I come to the highly productive land, and I will come back to it as well, but I'm just sort of setting the scene. The NPS HPL places restrictions on subdivision use and development on highly productive land as a single objective, and I set that out in 710. Proposed plan changes to rezone highly productive land to an urban zone, such as Plan Change 20, where the NPS HPL and the UD NPSUD directly interact. The HPL was released in September after Plan Change 20 was notified, and it came into force in October. PC 20 is therefore required to give effect to the NPS HPL. In January of this year, the applicants provided a comprehensive assessment of PC 20 against the NPS HPL provisions, referred to in our evidence as the addendum. And the officer concludes that based on the information provided and the analysis undertaken by the applicant, I, the officer, am satisfied that PC 20 gives effect to the NPS HPL. Despite the conclusion in the officer's report being on all fours with those of the applicant's experts, we'll summarise in the next section, in section 8, that our analysis, and demonstrate to you how our analysis is consistent with the implementation guidance for the new NPS. The RPS, so many acronyms. The RPS provides an overview of resource management issues in the Waikato region and the ways in which integrated management of the region's natural and physical resources will be achieved. Section 42A report concurs with Messrs. Grala and Inga that PC 20 gives effect to the RPS. Key RPS provisions for those relating to biodiversity are addressed in these submissions below. RPS change 1, just to add other layers of complexity for your decision making. Proposed change 1 was notified in October of last year, with hearings proposed to commence in coming months. Change 1 incorporates changes to meet the requirements of the NPSUD and to reflect updated future-proof strategy. Change 1 includes an updated urban form and development chapter to ensure the RPS gives effect to the NPSUD, deleting the specific provisions relating to growth strategies prepared by territorial authorities outside of the future-proof sub-region. These have been replaced with generic provisions to guide preparation of and give weight to growth strategies, and updating the provisions that relate to future-proof sub-region to reflect the updated future-proof strategy. The applicants have lodged the comprehensive joint submission on change 1. And a key aspect of that submission is that TPL and RPL support the identification of the airport and surrounding airport business zone as a strategic industrial node and urban enablement area. However, the urban enablement area should extend in that submission to the full extent of the land covered by PC20, identifying some land for short and medium-term development and some for long-term development. The applicant's submission is supported by robust planning and economic input. So that process still has some ways to go. Now, as identified above, section 74A to A, 74(1) to A, I of the RMA requires a territorial authority changing a district plan to have regard to, not give effect, but have regard to any proposed regional policy statement. Change 1 was addressed in detail in the 23 addendum provided by the applicants. The Section 42A report agrees with Mr. Grala and Mr. Inga that Plan Change 20 gives effect to Change 1, including proposed amendments relating to out of sequence development. Now, notwithstanding this, given that Change 1 is not yet at a hearing stage and has not been the subject to independent testing, in a context where robust and comprehensive submissions have been lodged on Change 1, including from the applicants, we submit the panel can give limited weight to those aspects that are subject to submissions. Now, Ms. Andrews for the Waikato Regional Council in my submission conflates the requirement of having regard to a document with the weight to be given to that document, depending on the stage of its statutory process. And with respect to Mr. Grala's analysis, and evidence on Change 1 should be preferred. Set out, and I'll take as read, please sir, the non-statutory documents. It's not to suggest they're not relevant, but I deal with them summary form in any event. And at 7:23, given the evidence we submit, that the panel can confidently conclude that the PC20 complies with all requirements and gives effect to and is otherwise consistent with all planning documents. I think I can sneak in discussion on the MPS HPL, and then that would be an appropriate point once I've done that to take an adjournment, sir. The full range of issues and potential effects associated with the proposal are comprehensively addressed in the AE and the technical reports submitted with the application and evidence before the panel. And so I only comment on key matters. The application of the MPS HPL. Until the highly productive land has been mapped as part of a regional policy statement, the transitional definition of highly productive land in clause 357 of the policy statement applies. The Plan Change 20 land is not currently within the PC20 land that is not currently within the airport business zone. And there, Commissioners, I'm referring to the 89 hectares part, comes within the transitional definition. And that's because it's rural, zoned rural. It's classified as land use capability 1, 2, or 3. And it's not identified for future urban development as defined by the NPS. It's identified for that purpose elsewhere, but there's a particular definition in the NPS. And that's because while all of Plan Change 20 land is identified for future development, that land outside of the current airport business zone, the 89 hectares, is identified for development outside of the 10-year window required by the NPS HPL. And it's not, PC20 is not a council initiated or adopted notified plan change at that point in time. So in summary, we accept that for the 89 hectares, the NPS HPLs are relevant consideration and applies, and we need to give effect to that. And we provide the framework and the pathway as to how that is to be achieved. And so the relevant clause, sir, other than the objective in my submission, is the clause 3.6. So I'll focus on that. And in my submission, PC20 satisfies the urban rezoning pathway tests. To align with the NPSUD and the RMA functions for territorial authorities, the NPS HPL provides a pathway for urban rezoning on highly productive land. PC20 constitutes urban rezoning to the extent that it is rezoning urban land. The pathway provided in the NPS is that recognises the need for highly productive land to be used in some circumstances to provide efficient development capacity for housing and business land, while also ensuring a robust assessment of alternatives is undertaken before that occurs. And I set out that quote comes from the Ministry for the Environment's Guide to Implementation in footnote 83. The NPS HPL Policy 5 and its associated urban rezoning pathway in clause 3.6 restrict urban rezoning of highly productive land by requiring local authorities to avoid such rezoning unless the tests in 3.6 are met. And I set out in full the text of 3.6 in Annexure C. The addendum provided by the experts, containing 124 pages of carefully considered and comprehensive independent planning, economic and agricultural analysis. The evidence of Messrs. Hunt and Grala have provided additional analysis on a site, and I say additional analysis, it's additional to that contained in the addendum, on a site adjacent to the Frankton growth cell. The analysis by Messrs. Hunt, Grala and Colgrave demonstrate the tests in clause 3.6 are met and that Plan Change 20 can therefore be approved by the panel. In summary, clause 3.6 requires the following. A, the urban rezoning is required to provide sufficient development capacity to meet demand for housing or business land to give effect to the NPSUD. That's the requirement of 3.6. Our response, the updated economic analysis accompanying the addendum provided by the applicants and Mr. Colgrave's evidence demonstrates that the rezoning is clearly required to provide sufficient development capacity to meet the demand for business land. Mr. Colgrave's assessment concludes there is a shortfall of business land supply and that the full extent of rezoning under PC20 is required to meet demand over a short to medium term, that is within the next 10 years. Importantly, industrial land has recently grown much faster than expected by Mr. Colgrave and by the latest business capacity assessment, the BCA, or the sub-region, which was published after Mr. Colgrave's initial assessment of the company in the AEE. Mr. Colgrave's evidence in the 42A report highlight that the recent BCA identifies insufficient industrial capacity in the short to medium term. On the other hand, Mr. Colgrave's evidence identifies a range of fundamental reasons why the latest BCA is likely significantly overstates market supply and understates demand, especially over the short to medium term. So essentially, it's much worse than what the BCA would lead you to believe. Several sources of updated information, including updated employment and supply data, evidences that the economic or supply demand case, i.e. the rationale for Plan Change 20, is materially stronger than when the plan change request was first made. Second part of clause 3.6 is there are no other reasonably practical or feasible options for providing at least sufficient capacity development capacity within the same locality and market while achieving a well-functioning urban environment. Our response to that, the comprehensive assessment contained in the applicant's addendum and evidence demonstrates there are no other reasonably practical and feasible options that would achieve a well-functioning urban environment for a range of reasons. While development capacity for business land could theoretically be located elsewhere, including possibly in locations identified in the addendum, the analysis demonstrates that these locations would not achieve a well-functioning urban environment and or include soils with a lower, that is a higher quality LUC classification or higher productive capacity than the Plan Change 20 land. Ms. Andrews for the Waikato Regional Council suggests in her evidence that further assessment of alternatives should be undertaken, including throughout neighbouring districts of the Waikato and Hamilton City. However, while fully acknowledging it does not carry legal weight, the MFE implementation guide stresses that while the analysis is required to be comprehensive, it need not be exhaustive. What is required is a pragmatic and realistic assessment. We submit that the information provided by the applicant in the addendum and the evidence far exceeds the minimum standard anticipated. C, the environmental, social, cultural and economic benefits of rezoning outweigh the long-term environmental, social, cultural and economic costs associated with the loss of highly productive land for land-based primary production, taking into account both tangible and intangible values. Cost-benefit analysis undertaken carefully evaluates those benefits and the costs that will be associated with the loss of highly productive land. The evaluation demonstrates that the benefits significantly outweigh the costs. Of note, Mr. Hunt's evidence, and you'll hear from Mr. Hunt tomorrow, describes that the PC20 site's rural productive capacity is compromised for a range of practical reasons. So it's LUC 1, 2 or 3 on paper, but it's compromised in reality. In addition, it has been demonstrated that clause 3.65, which essentially requires the loss of HPL land to be minimised, was also satisfied in the Plan Change 20 context. So I say in my submission that the Plan Change 20 pathway under 3.6 can be approved by the panel. And so I'll just take you through the next section and then pause there. And the next section is in terms of PC timing out of sequence. The PC20 land is clearly signposted for future business development in numerous statutory and non-statutory documents. However, PC20 will enable development earlier than was previously anticipated. This includes in the RPS, the district plan and future proof. This is not an uncommon situation, and in the context for strong demand for business land that exists and the planning imperatives of the NPSUD. The applicants are very confident that demand is there for the PC20 land, in large part to the very high demand for business land, including the current Titanium Park offerings. And that's confirmed in the economic evidence of Mr. Colgrave. In addition, Mr. Grala and Inga's evidence step through how PC20 gives effect to both the general built environment objectives and policies in the RPS, and critically the criteria in the RPS which can be out of sequence. We submit that the panel can confidently conclude that PC20 demonstrably gives effect to the provisions of the RPS relating to out of sequence development. Further, the NPSUD provides additional concrete support for the notion that district councils must be responsive to out of sequence as opposed to unanticipated developments such as Plan Change 20, which can contribute to well-functioning urban environments. So my apologies, I've gone through that pretty quickly because I'm conscious of how much I still have to do. But I suggest that's bang on 11 and might be an appropriate time for me to refresh my voice. It's just suggested that I assure the panel that the second half of the submissions will be able to gain some efficiencies and take much more as read. So there'll be some time savings there, sir. Commissioners, I was at paragraph 8.15 and I'm now going to comment on long-tailed bats.
Just before we do, are there any procedural issues anybody wishes to raise at this point? No, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Introduction to long-tailed bats. The management of the impacts of urbanisation on bat habitat is at the intersection of two key drivers in the applicable planning framework. First, the need to deliver well-functioning urban environments, including for business land, and second, maintaining or enhancing Indigenous biodiversity. Because bats are highly mobile fauna and are present throughout large parts of the Waikato, the bat issues before the panel are not new. They have been most recently grappled with in the Waikato context by several hearing panels in the Environment Court. This includes Plan Change 5, which was approved by hearing commissioners last month in Hamilton City. The PC5, for PC5, the Director General of Conservation raised very similar concerns and ran very similar arguments as it has for Plan Change 20. These were roundly rejected in the PC5 decision. And I would encourage the commissioners in your leisure to review that decision as it relates to long-tailed bats. Several of the applicants' experts addressed the bat issue. Ms. Cummings, for evidence, addresses the values of the PC20 site, the surrounding area for bat habitat, potential effects on bats, and how PC20 manages those effects. Mr. Markham's evidence addresses PC20's framework for managing residual adverse effects, including compensation. And Mr. Inger's evidence provides a detailed and comprehensive planning analysis focused on bats. Taken together, the applicant's evidence on bats is comprehensive, detailed, and carefully reasoned. Ms. Cummings' considered assessment outlined in both her evidence in chief and rebuttal statement is that the Plan Change 20 site provides habitat for bats that is of low to moderate value, although there are some high value habitats in the surrounding area, i.e. none of the Plan Change 20 bat habitat is significant under the regional policy statement. Ms. Thurley for the Department of Conservation disagrees and considers that the entire Plan Change 20 site, except for existing buildings, constitutes significant bat habitat. By extension, under Ms. Thurley's blanket approach, whereby the presence of bats equates to a significant area under the RPS, large swathes of the Waikato, including existing urban areas of Hamilton City, would qualify. DOC also disagrees with the applicable planning policy and effects management framework governing Plan Change 20's management of effects on bats, which we addressed below, and ultimately on some of the bat provisions in PC20. Despite there appearing to be some distance between the applicants and DOC and their respective experts, all parties and their experts agree that the management of effects on bat habitat, which the urbanisation enabled by PC20 has the potential to impact, is an important issue for PC20. The distance between Mr. Inger and Mr. Gooding is actually now very narrow, and it's discussed in Mr. Inger's rebuttal evidence. The notified version of Plan Change 20 incorporated a package of provisions aimed at appropriately managing potential adverse effects on bats. However, as a result of further analysis, including the specialist advice of Ms. Cummings, consideration of the approach taken in Plan Change 5, and feedback from submitters, the applicants instructed the consultant team to consider what improvements could be made from the notified version. Following considerable time and effort from a range of parties, including another set of bat surveys, the applicants have overhauled PC20's approach to bats. The revised multifaceted suite of provisions, which TPL and RPL consider represents a gold standard approach, includes the following integrated cascade of features, all of which are detailed in the evidence of Mr. Inger, Ms. Cummings, Mr. Markham, and Mr. McKenzie's evidence. Mr. McKenzie, I've mentioned him before, he's the lighting expert. And so the cascade is a resource management issue that places at the forefront potential bat effects, a strong and directive policy framework that sits underneath that, a proposed structure plan that identifies extensive bat habitat areas to be protected and enhanced. And on the structure plan, it belies the actual size of those areas. I just note in 822C that the bat habitat areas consist of 2.2 hectares within the bat corridor and 2.72 hectares within the hub area. At D, we provide, or the provisions provide for a comprehensive EPM and bat management plan, which is a subset of the environmental management plan. And the provisions require the avoidance of more than minor adverse effects on bat habitat within the bat habitat areas, the avoidance or mitigation of more than minor effects outside of the bat habitat areas, and where adverse effects are unable to be avoided or mitigated, they must be offset or compensated to achieve a no net loss outcome. And that's to be achieved by way of habitat enhancement and or pest control. In anticipation of there being residual adverse effects requiring offsetting or compensation as a result of Plan Change 20 outside of the bat habitat areas, the applicants have scoped a proposed compensation package, and that's been guided by the accepted biodiversity compensation model. That's Mr. Markham's evidence. And I just address in E Roman numeral 1 that the TPL has actually taken quite an extraordinary step at this stage of a planning process by trying to provide the panel the confidence of the compensation for all the minor residual effects on bats by conditionally acquiring a parcel of land that the commissioners will see this afternoon. And that area is referred to throughout the evidence as the compensation site. And it consists of 11 hectares, which is only 500 meters in distance from the PC20 site. So it's very much in the locality. There's direct frontage to the Waikato River corridor, which is strategically located and a valuable opportunity for habitat creation. And it's identified as key bat habitat. It contributes significantly and meaningfully to the bat ecology values of the region. And I should also note at that point, or should have noted, that it also sits well and truly within Waipa District Council's biodiversity corridor, where the majority of the site is within that corridor as shown in the district plan. I then set out some further matters there in respect of the compensation, but in the interest of time saving. The next cascade down is that the Plan Change 20 provides strict lighting controls, limiting the amount of light spill allowed from fixed artificial lighting in the northern precinct from both indoor and outdoor sources. And that's a point of difference between Plan Change 20 and Plan Change 5. In Plan Change 20, we're controlling the light sources from inside and outside, whereas in Plan Change 5, they focused on outdoor light sources. The provisions have strict vegetation trimming, pruning, and removal controls, where there are none for non-Indigenous vegetation within the Waipa District Plan. Strict building controls requiring a minimum setback of 5 meters from the bat habitat areas, which is consistent with Plan Change 5, and a targeted environmental assessment criteria. On the back of the revised approach proposed by the applicants, the experts have made some progress resolving or narrowing issues. The bat joint witness statement records all of the planning and bat ecology experts consider the amended version of PC20 is a significant improvement in relation to providing for bats compared to the notified version. Issues with some submitters remain, however. While the applicants agree that it's necessary and appropriate to be focusing on detailed wording of PC20 proposed bat provisions, In our view, the panel should not lose sight of the fact that biodiversity provisions in PC20 represent the most comprehensive and onerous provisions in the district plan with respect to bats. The district plan provisions applying to the current 41 hectare northern precinct do not contain any specific ecological requirements. I then set out in respect of long-tailed bats the planning framework, starting off with section 6C, and then the RPS. But Sarah, I might just take that with your leave as read, and I set out the provisions in full on page 34 and 35. And so I'll take you through to page 36.
I just wonder if it might be time for just a quick question there. Just in regards to the biodiversity compensation model, we've had from memory the evidence of Ms. Cummings, Mr. Markham, and also one of the other experts just talking about that that's the accepted best practice model for compensation, offsets, etc., used in New Zealand. And I didn't necessarily see an alternative being put up by the experts for Department of Conservation. And I just wondered, from a legal perspective, and you might have been involved in a number of cases across the country, whether there has been any other alternative type of industry accepted way of determining compensation or offset other than horse trading.
Well, and that was what I was going to respond to one of my points, sir. Mr. Markham, of course, identifies that the value of the BCM model is it provides an objective criteria to sense and truth sense compensation, because commonly it is the compensation. You know, you propose 5, the other side wants 10, and you settle somewhere in between. So it provides that mechanism. Now, Ms. Thurley is quite critical of the BCM model in her evidence, but provides no alternative. The closest I think she gets from memory is she references some overseas paper suggesting that an approach to compensation should be whatever the site size is. So under that analysis, it would be 130 hectares of compensation, but there's no, the reasoning and what goes into that model is not provided in her evidence.
It might be it'll be a question for her when she appears on Friday, but also for the other experts in terms of, are they aware of that model being used elsewhere in New Zealand? I think it was a United Kingdom case study she was referring to.
The BCM model is definitely used elsewhere in New Zealand, and it was used and accepted in Plan Change 5. So only last month that it's been applied, and the criticisms by the Department of Conservation in the context of the BCM and Plan Change 5 were rejected by the panel there.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Mutchers is pointing out that we do come to the comment later on in the submissions. So I'm at just taking it back to 827. Whilst and I just make the note that I set out the RPS provisions at some length. In doing so, makes plain that the effects management framework advanced by the Department of Conservation is based on its view of the world as opposed to the higher order planning policy direction. To assist the panel, I provide those provisions and confirm that the applicant's evidence is that PC20 contains no such significant habitats of indigenous fauna, and that the provisions relating to non-significant habitat apply, but our experts address both. So my point there, my little barb in respect to the Department of Conservation, is that maybe their evidence may represent the department's views, but you need to be guided by the higher order planning document of the RPS, because that's what you must give effect to.
Sorry to disturb you.
That's right.
Just in terms of SNAs, and I'm not sure in my mind, and this might be something for the experts in just regards to when you're doing a private plan change, is that an opportunity to cover off identification of SNAs, being consistent with the
I come to
RPS.
that later, and I say in my submission, just to foreshadow, that the relief sought by the Department of Conservation, where they're wanting SNAs identified or to be scheduled on not only the Plan Change 20 site, but also other parts of Titanium Park, and also over by that nature, the airport. I think is out of, I don't think, I submit that is out of scope, and that's not on the plan change. Waipa separately schedules SNAs, and we haven't sought within the scope of Plan Change 20 the scheduling of SNAs here. And you'll hear evidence from the Waikato Regional Airport, Ms. Drew in particular, putting forward the airport's position that it's not appropriate to apply scheduling of SNAs on the airport and the unintended consequences of doing so. And Mr. Langley says if you place SNAs closer to the airport beyond what's already proposed by the applicant, then that can have an unintended consequences in terms of attracting bird life, which is inconsistent with an operational airport and the safety concerns and aviation needs there.
Just putting the safety and operational needs just to one side for a moment, and perhaps I sort of preface the question. I'm interested in terms of that responsibility to identify SNAs, but just in terms of the ecological assessment work that's been done, are you confident that that has covered off identifying the value of the habitats? Because it's quite clear about the conclusions of the ecologists in regards to the values of the habitat. Does that correlate as to meaning there are no significant natural areas present on the site subject to Plan Change 20?
With my submission, yes, it does. But I need to, in answering that, to say there's disagreement because Ms. Thurley, based on an absolutist reading of the, I think it's APP5 in the RPS, which relates to, she adopts the position that the presence of long-tailed bats, given its threatened status, the presence of a bat therefore triggers the significance criteria. And what our experts say is, well, on the face of it, that may be the case, but you need to apply some professional judgment to that, because if you didn't, large parts, of the Waikato would be significant, and potentially an SNA. So Ms. Cummings has said she's looked at the wider context around the Plan Change 20 site, and she's identified the areas of significant habitat which sit outside of the Plan Change 20 site, and she's designed the bat corridor to provide linkages through our site to those significant areas. But she's very clear that nothing within our site is significant. It's either low or moderately valued. But the best of what we've got, which is not significant, but the best of what we've got, we've put in as a bat habitat area. Ms. Thurley acknowledges rightfully that the site is not ideal bat habitat because of the presence of aircraft and aircraft noise and the lack of presence of trees. So I think that's a question.
In defence, she's not here. I think she mentioned that, put forward that it was a preferred habitat, but that's a completely different issue than what we're talking about here.
Throughout she referenced it being
the second most preferred. But there's
yeah,
plenty of evidence.
Yeah, Ms. Cummings addresses that in her rebuttal. So I'll just round that out, Commissioner, by taking you to 8.28 and note that APP5 sets out a list of ecological criteria for determining whether Indigenous biodiversity is of significance or not. Is this criteria, or is these criteria that are referenced by Ms. Cummings' evidence, which concludes that there are no areas of significant habitat for bats within the PC20 site, and that Ms. Thurley disagrees and relies on her absolutist interpretation that the presence of bats, apparently with no minimum threshold or time scale, means that PC20 land is significant in its entirety, notwithstanding your acknowledgement, and we just talked about that. I'll take you down now to 8.30 in the district plan. The district plan then gives effect to the RPS. As outlined in Mr. Inger's evidence, section 26 of the district plan, Indigenous biodiversity biodiversity sets out a three-tiered approach. The most restrictive approach applies to SNAs and bush stands, which are identified in the district plan. A less restrictive regime applies to biodiversity corridors, which are identified within the district plan, and that's the reference I made to where our compensation site sits within that. And the most permissive provisions apply to Indigenous vegetation and wetlands in the remainder of the district. There are no SNAs or bush stands or biodiversity corridors identified in the district plan on the PC20 site for any ecological values, including bat habitat. And I just, for completeness, note key district plan provisions in that paragraph. There are no rules in section 24 of the district plan that restrict removal of Indigenous vegetation outside of the identified SNAs, bush stands or biodiversity corridors, nor which restrict the removal of non-Indigenous vegetation within the district, within the areas, within the identified areas or elsewhere. The exception to that is the specifically scheduled trees. As a result of that, the removal of Indigenous and non-Indigenous vegetation within the PC20 site is currently a permitted activity. Mr. Inger explains to the panel why the provisions contained in PC20 on the bat habitat areas are more responsive and more appropriate to dealing with bats than scheduling the SNAs. So even if you were to accept the Department of Conservation's position that the submission is on the plan change and you accept you should consider scheduling SNAs on our site, and I say you shouldn't, but if you do, Mr. Inger's response is, well, actually our bat habitat areas are better from an outcomes perspective than the SNA provisions. And then I just sort of set out in 8.20.32 what I've just been talking about around the issue of scope. And you'll recall in my legal submissions dealing with Tabi Tiger and the Hamilton City, I did point out that beyond the directions, there were concerns I had with scope, and this is what I had in mind at that point, the Director General's submission. Plan Change 20 gives effect to higher order framework. Mr. Inger's evidence includes a careful analysis demonstrating how PC20's ecological and bat provisions give effect to the higher order planning provisions relating to ecosystems and biodiversities and built environments. And I set those out, sir, in that paragraph. The wording of policy 10.322A is agreed to by all the planners and bat ecologists in the BAT JWS, with the exception of the word functional that is proposed by DOC experts and Mr. Kessels, but opposed by the applicant's expert. Mr. Inger and Ms. Cummings set out in their reasoned opinion as to why the addition is not warranted and is addressed also in the BAT JWS with Mr. Grala's input. Now, Mr. Grala doesn't comment on any evidence, that's why I've set that out in terms of his position. The 42A report recommends acceptance of the applicant's proposed ecology provisions. That is, no changes to the provisions are proposed. So turning now to what is one of the key differences between the department and the applicants, and that is what is the applicable effects management framework or hierarchy. Ms. Thurley and Mr. Gooding are critical of PC20's proposed effects management regime, especially with respect to offsetting and compensating for residual adverse effects. Ms. Thurley asserts that the effects management hierarchy needs to be strictly followed. Ms. Thurley's contention is that the framework proposed in Plan Change 20 has an undue preference for offsetting or compensation at the expense of avoidance and mitigation, which, in her opinion, there has not been enough consideration of. We understand the underlying premise contended by Ms. Thurley and Mr. Gooding in his evidence is that each step of the effects management hierarchy needs to be exhausted before moving to the next step. The effects management hierarchy Ms. Thurley refers to in the BAT JWS is contained in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, which is not pertinent to this issue, and in the draft NPS for Indigenous biodiversity, which is still in draft and has no legal effect. While Ms. Thurley and Doc appear to have a preference for applying a fixed management hierarchy in the NPS-FM or the draft NPS-IB, it is the RPS policy framework which governs the management response for PC20. PC20 is required to give effect to the RPS, which the Environment Court has recently endorsed in strong terms. I set a quote from His Honour Judge Smith in respect of the Western Lee decision, which relates to the Peacock area. The critical issue for the panel is whether PC20 appropriately gives effect to, i.e. applies or steps through the management hierarchy prescribed by the RPS. Even if it were accepted that PC20 contains areas of significant Indigenous fauna, which the applicants do not, RPS policy ECOP2, sounds like something out of Star Wars, does not direct absolute avoidance of effects. It is qualified. Policy ECOP2, along with the relevant method ECOM132, requires avoidance in preference to remediation or mitigation. The provisions applying to non-significant areas are even more flexible. Inexplicably, Mr. Gooding's citation of ECOM 13 in his evidence simply omits the decisive in preference to remediation or mitigation wording when he quotes that policy or that provision to you. While this may reflect an innocent cut and paste error, it could also explain Mr. Gooding's skewed policy interpretation outlined by Mr. Inga. In the PC5
just for memory, is that where there's a lot of evidence swirling in my head? Is that where Mr. Inga actually sets out in full, though, not only that the clauses of that particular provision, but the other provisions that follow it?
Yes,
that's the one.
yes, he does.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no knowledge as to why Mr. Gooding hasn't done it. I'm not making aspersions, but it's a serious, if it is an error, it was a serious error to make on that particular policy. In PC5 decision, in which it was accepted that significant habitat RPS provisions were engaged for part of that site, so that's the difference between us and PC5, there were significant areas. The Commission has found that the RPS provisions relating to significant habitat direct and effects management that is not absolute. And I set out a quote from the Commission's decision. Now, you will hear from Counsel for the Department of Conservation that PC5 is not binding authority, it's subject to appeal, still within the appeal period. But I say it's still, given the locality and the provisions and the same arguments being run, it's still a relevant consideration for you to consider. Where any adverse effects are unable to be avoided, remedied, or mitigated, more than minor adverse effects must therefore be offset to achieve no net loss. Even for significant biodiversity, the RPS does not establish an absolute requirement for avoidance or create a requirement for all avoidance options to be absolutely exhausted before moving down the hierarchy. The RPS provides a more flexible approach to that proposed by DOC. The RPS prefers avoidance over remediation or mitigation. It explicitly provides for unavoidable adverse effects by requiring that they be mitigated or remedied. It provides for and enables offsetting of adverse effects that cannot be avoided, remedied, or mitigated. The effects management hierarchy that appears in the NPS-FM or the draft NPS-IB must not be elevated to some kind of touchstone for measuring whether PC20's provisions are appropriate. And in PC5, the Commission is there disposed of the same arguments or similar arguments by the Department by noting that it suffices to say at this point we are not persuaded that either the NPS-FM approach or the draft NPS-IB are pertinent or necessary considerations for the exercise of the panel's Section 6C duty. For completeness, notwithstanding that neither of those documents apply to the management of biodiversity effects of PC20, the effects management hierarchies in both those documents sequentially prioritize avoidance, minimization, remedying, and then offsetting and compensating. but they, like the RPS, do not establish an absolute requirement for avoidance. So my point there, sir, is basically, even if you accept that they're relevant, and they're not, but if you accept that, then you still don't get to the point of absolute avoidance that underlines much of the department's case. Before the offset compensation steps, the hierarchy in those documents requires avoidance, minimisation, or remedying where practicable. Therefore, without derogating from the position that the RPS framework, it's the RPS framework that dictates the management of biodiversity effects in this case, whether under the RPS or the effects management hierarchy defined in those other documents, the panel's task is to determine whether PC20 appropriately steps through the progressive management of effects in the context of the biodiversity values potentially affected by PC20. This involves a series of judgments, including what effects in the context of PC20 are practical to avoid, and so on. I now want to respond to a rather academic issue raised by the Department of Conservation in the argument, and it's the preemptive argument by DOG, which is that the Director General also advanced in the PC5 hearing, and that's that ECO M13, in their view, refers only to offsetting. And that means that compensation is not available. And I set out how the Plan Change 5 committee disposed of that argument, which I asked to be taken as read. So we very much are of the view that compensation is available here. PC20 gives effect to the applicable management framework or hierarchy. The package of PC20 biodiversity provisions require a comprehensive suite of management responses and step through the management of effects as required by the RMA section 6C and the RPS framework. PC20 provisions clearly articulate the applicable effects management hierarchy and framework. They reflect and give effect to the RPS provisions on biodiversity effects management. In so doing, they prioritise the avoidance of the loss of bat habitat through a range of measures, principally through the establishment of a BCA and associated controls on a range of matters, including lighting and vegetation removal, for the areas to be determined of elevated value. Given the evidence, the panel can be assured that the BCA will avoid loss of habitat within the BCAs and indeed will enhance it. There's a useful cross-section, Commissioners, showing the intended outcome of that enhancement in the bat corridor. PC20's management of effects on bat habitat is not limited to establishing the BCA and associated controls. Outside of the BCA and areas of lower bat habitat value, PC20 moves away from strict avoidance into remediation, mitigation, and the compensation framework provisions. PC20 provisions therefore establish that avoidance is always at the forefront of planning decision considerations, even where urban development is provided for. Where residual adverse effects cannot be otherwise managed, PC20 provides for offsetting or compensation. And I've used the two because we're not foreclosing offsetting, but the evidence of Mr. Markham is that offsetting for a highly mobile fauna of bats is problematic and challenging. So that's why we've gone the next step onto compensation. Therefore, any contention that PC20 gives undue flexibility to skip straight to the compensation stage or is otherwise unduly skewed towards compensation in favour of avoidance or mitigation is, in my submission, unfounded. It is this flawed interpretation of higher order planning direction that underpins many of the changes that to PC20 sought by the Department of Conservation. I want to talk briefly around the bat habitat areas. An important issue for the panel is to determine whether the spatial extent of the BHA proposed in Plan Change 20 and their associated controls are appropriate, i.e. whether more habitat loss is required to be avoided through additional or expanded BCAs or controls. And I would just say that I believe in our submission, and the evidence will demonstrate that we've struck an appropriate balance. And actually, in terms of the cost of providing this area, the 5 hectares of developable land, It's in the many millions of dollars in terms of lost yield. I note there that Mr. Kessels, who's filed a submission in his own right, but is an experienced ecologist, agreed in the joint witness process that a 50-metre wide back corridor was appropriate and consistent with the Plan Change 5 decision. And I also note that Forest and Bird in their submission sought back corridors at a minimum width of perhaps 50 metres. In contrast, Ms. Thurley has reservations regarding whether there is the certainty that that habitat areas will be functional. And she states that it's her preference that there be no roads through any bat habitat areas. Now, of course, expanding the bat habitat areas would contribute to further avoidance of adverse effects on bat habitat, but it would come at a considerable cost. We are advised that the provisions has already cost many millions in lost yield, which, unlike residential development, cannot be offset through further intensification. It's not available for business land. We submit that in line with the above analysis and the evidence for the applicants, the location and extent of the BHA is appropriate in terms of the Section 32 of the Act, and that increased provisions or provision of bat habitat areas would not be justified. Sterilising further land from urban development would be a disproportionate response in the context of the planning framework. Provision of more bat habitat area would raise serious issues around airport operations, aeronautical safety, and the Waikato Regional Airport will address that in their evidence. Coming to the common theme of the department in hearings about uncertainty and further information needed, and the applicant needs to do more. Broad concerns expressed by DOC experts include that there is too much uncertainty regarding the effects on bats, that more assessment should be undertaken to better understand potential effects and the effectiveness of management measures proposed, and more could be done to avoid or compensate for effects. And there, Commissioner Kowhanatō cite that part of Ms. Thurley's evidence that we talked about earlier. In our experience, raising uncertainty, seeking further information, and offering the truism that more can be done are common refrains from Department of Conservation staff and experts. Similar arguments were made by the department in Plan Change 5. There will always be some uncertainty with any development, and by definition, more can always be done. However, simply pointing out a level of uncertainty or to other things that could be done should not and cannot in this country, if this country is to give effect to the NPSUD and other planning directives, preclude high quality development that gives effect to the policy imperatives when it comes to threatened species. Ms. Thurley seeks further assessment and information in order to assess the proposed offsite compensation initiative. Although Mr. Kessel supports the proposal in principle, we submit that the key matter for the panel to determine is whether, in the light of the higher order policy direction, PC20 provisions set the appropriate framework for offsetting and compensating to effectively be realised. We submit that they do, including the limits on when offsetting compensation is available, that is, where there are more than minor adverse effects that are unable to be avoided or mitigated, and the requirement for a no net loss outcome. In the BCM model, commissioners, that overshoots the no net loss and aims for a 10% increase, even though that's not the test, to make sure if there are any uncertainties, we end up at the point of no net loss. And that's something we can take up with Mr. Markham. In this case, the applicants have gone a step further and have shown their commitment to management of bat effects by conditionally purchasing a compensation site. And I should say, that was a multi-million-dollar contract to purchase that site. This provision added certainty and should give the panel the utmost confidence that a workable and appropriate outcome can be delivered through PC20. However, notwithstanding the work that's already been done, the panel need not concern itself with the precise mechanics and details of the compensation proposal itself, which is, in my submission, a matter for the consenting stage. And I set out how the PC5 commissioners worked through a similar process.
Would you agree that us as commissioners looking at the plan change, we'd need to have the confidence that any provisions provided that could be met in the
Yes.
consent
You
stage.
should have that confidence, but you don't need the minutiae of the detail in a plan change stage when we have a consenting stage, management plans, which are here, detailed provisions as to what those management plans must contain. You have that in my submission, you have that confidence. But the applicants went one stage further and said, rather than just say we'll compensate for 11 hectares, here's the 11 hectares, because it was an opportunity that met all the criteria for an appropriate compensation site. In PC5, Hamilton City did not have a particular proposed compensation site, and here we do. Ms. Thurley also highlights the effectiveness of PC20's habitat areas will be influenced in part by factors outside of the plan change area. While there is uncertainty and while factors outside the control of the applicants, for example, development outside PC20, will impact on bats, we submit that PC20 is entirely appropriate in the context of the applicable policies. PC20 implements the applicable framework and indeed goes above and beyond on land that it relates to and over a range of matters that is capable of controlling. There is always some uncertainty, and there are matters relevant to bats in a region that PC20 does not or cannot control, but that does not make PC20 inappropriate. And part of that thesis of Ms. Thurley was to point out areas of SL1 and SL2 that have been foreshadowed for development as indicating some sort of cumulative effects. But those areas of development still have a long way to go before they're materialised. The district plan, including PC20, if approved, is just one tool for protecting and enhancing bats and their habitat. A range of parties with wide-ranging or guiding strategy documents have a role to play. And so therefore, bats is not just a PC20 issue, and that's reinforced in the regional policy statement in ECO P3. We submit that the panel can be confident that in the context of bats and the protection of their habitat, PC20 is appropriate with respect to the jurisdiction for which it holds on Plan Change 20. 860, there was a point that the Commission has made that even if there is some uncertainty, district plan reviews will be required every 10 years and the provisions can be looked at again. A bit like a 1 to 8 argument, I suppose, in a resource consent process. I want to just touch briefly on the BCM model. And I think our discussion, Commissioner Coffin, probably means that I can largely take this section at red because I think we largely already discussed this. So I'll take you down to 866. Ultimately, the commissioners need to determine which evidence and policy interpretation you prefer. This is not an uncommon situation. We submit the panel should focus on the evidence as opposed to broad complaints by DOC, which mirror those that have been made in other recent plan change processes. And we submit the evidence on behalf of the applicants should be preferred. I'm now going to move away from bats and talk about the retail. Context first. The approach to section 74.3 of the RMA, which provides that in changing a district plan, a territorial authority must not have regard to trade competitions or the effect of trade competition is settled. Despite 74.3, effects may go beyond trade competition and become effects on people, communities, and their well-being, and that's referred to as retail distribution effects. But those effects must be significant to be regarded as being beyond the effects of ordinarily associated with trade competition. As we outlined below, we submit that any retail effects associated with Plan Change 20 will be standard trade competition effects, and certainly on the comprehensive evidence of Mr. Colgrave, will not become close to being significant. Hamilton City has raised several issues with PC20 regarding retail issues and transport matters. The issues raised by Hamilton are generally not supported by proposed specific wording, nor has a Section 32 AA evaluation with respect to the changes sought by Hamilton City been provided. Hamilton City's concerns with the existing and proposed centres has been, in my submission, somewhat of a moving target. And by that I mean, in each document you read the submission, the joint witness statement, and now the evidence, new centres are added, others are taken away in terms of what their concern is. For example, in the submission, Hamilton City raised an issue with Tamahere that sits within Waikato District. That isn't picked up in their evidence, but in their evidence, Melville is included. So that's made it challenging for the applicants and their experts to engage and respond. Right, the first issue with retail is that relating to non-ancillary retail. That's the standalone retail, which has the 5,000 square metre GFA cap and is limited in its location to the hub and limited to the other identified location in the RPL land on the structure plan. Other standard retail tenancy controls in the district plan, including maximum tenancy size, continue to apply to this type of retail. That's the same approach the district plan has already taken for the other precincts within the airport business zone. All planners and economists attending the conference agree that it's appropriate for some retail to be enabled within PC20 land to meet the needs of those working within and proximate to the area, and that the level of retail within PC20 should not undermine the vitality and viability of existing commercial centres as directed by the RPS. And that, Commission, is where the rubber hits the road. That's the test. Is the enablement of retail as proposed in Plan Change 20 going to affect the vitality and viability of existing centres? In my submission, the experts for Hamilton City have raised that as an issue, but I haven't gone so far as to demonstrate to you how that would occur. As a result, the experts have not reached agreement on the level at which non-ancillary retail supply within PC20 should be capped. Mr. Colgrave, Grala and Williamson support the proposed 5,000 non-ancillary retail cap, and Mr. Colgrave's evidence contains detailed analysis, including modelling regarding PC20's impact on existing and future centres. And it includes comprehensive detailed modelling and analysis on retail impacts. Mr. Colgrave's evidence establishes that the level of non-ancillary retail enabled by PC20 will not impact the health and vitality, nor the role and function of existing and planned centres, including the future Peacock Local Centre in the Tamahere Village, and that the impacts will not be material. So notwithstanding that the RPS focuses on existing centres, we've gone further to respond to the Hamilton City's concerns around the proposed Peacocks development. Mr. Colgrave and Grala highlight potential effects on centres need to be assessed with regard to the following context. And I set out in A, gosh, all the way to K, those relevant matters. And that is, first of all, A, that the retail, the non-ancillary retail GFA in Plan Change 20 is small, relatively. That it is supplemented by tenancy restrictions contained within the airport business zone. There's a control on how much can occur, and the structure plan limits where it can be located. The policy dealing with this in the Plan Change 20 is very much focused on the retail providing for the day-to-day needs of the local businesses and workers. And that policy will dictate the retail offerings will need to demonstrate how it complies with that policy. And in my submission, we don't then need prescriptive, detailed requirements on every retail offering that one can imagine at this stage. There is a distance between PC20 and other centres in the context of the retail offerings provided. We're many kilometres from Peacocks, and when the offering is day-to-day needs, I just don't find the evidence credible that we will undermine the vitality and viability of these other centres. Large retail and H, large retail is not provided for. This is an issue that Mr. Govinda raises, his concern around the potential for large retail. Well, that's not provided for. That would be a non-complying activity under the provisions. Obviously, the cap is not a target or a requirement. It's a maximum amount that can be provided. And that full PC20 build-out is not expected for approximately 15 years. Mr. Grala has proposed in his rebuttal statement some amendments to the non-ancillary retail cap to improve the precision and certainty of the rule in terms of which activities are within its scope. Mr. Akhurst in his evidence, and Ms. Fairgraves and Govinda for Hamilton City, and Mr. Keenan for Waikato Regional Council, who you're not hearing from, I don't believe, I haven't seen any evidence from him, state in the economics JWS that a bottom-up assessment of the likely PC20 retail demand needs to be undertaken to test the appropriateness of the 5,000 GFA cap. And by that, they mean that the employment opportunity should be estimated and then converted to day-to-day at-work spends on convenience, food and retail and the like. And on the basis of that analysis or suggestion, Mr. Akhurst and Mr. Govinda, they opine that non-ancillary retail should be reduced fivefold to 1,000 square metres GFA. Now, the detailed assumptions Mr. Akhurst has used in arriving at this figure is not set out in his evidence, but Mr. Colgrave raises a range of fundamental issues and errors with the methodology, including potentially being influenced by fundamental misunderstandings of the controls imposed by PC20. That's in his Mr. Colgrave's rebuttal evidence. Mr. Colgrave disagrees with the bottom-up methodology for the substantive reasons outlined in his statement. But despite that, Mr. Colgrave's rebuttal undertakes the bottom-up assessment, demonstrating using realistic assumptions that the 5,000 metre GFA is suitable. And then I set out in some further detail how Mr. Colgrave arrives at that opinion in paragraph 878, which Commissioner's leave I'll take as read if I may, to save my voice. So again, the panel will need to decide which evidence it prefers. We submit Mr. Colgrave's detailed analysis provides a robust evidential basis for the panel to determine the PC20 retail provisions are appropriate. So that was non-ancillary. Now turn to ancillary. PC20 proposes to use the district plan's definition, so no change, to ancillary retail to control the mix of retail versus the principal industrial activity. In the economics JPS, Mr. Govinda states that without providing any reasons, that he supports Hamilton City's submission point seeking that the plan change 20 area ancillary retail be prohibited from occupying more than 10% of the GFA of the principal industrial activity or 100 square metres per site. No rationale in the JWS is provided as to why this approach is not otherwise adopted in the district plan or in Hamilton's own district plan. That standard of 10% or 100 square metres is not within Hamilton district plan, and Mr. Grala will step you through that. Mr. Akhurst and Govinda run with the issue in their evidence and support the same restrictions. Now, putting aside the planning double standard, understanding the equivalent rules in other existing centres is relevant for determining whether PC20 will or will not impact on the health and vitality or the role and function of other centres. Mr. Grala allays Mr. Govinda's concern that PC20 could undermine existing centres by facilitating large amounts of large format retail by confirming that this is not credible, as large format retail is precluded by Rule 10.4.2.12 and is restricted in its location and quantum. In their rebuttal statements, Messrs. Colgrave and Grala explain that the 10% limit seeks to control an outcome that is extremely unlikely to eventuate. It is therefore unnecessary and inefficient The evidence does not identify any compelling differentiating features associated with Plan Change 20 that warrants a significantly different response from that in Hamilton City or in the other parts of the airport business zone, for that matter. So, I think this is really important. What Hamilton City is seeking is a rule and a restriction that does not apply to other parts of the existing airport business zone. And I don't see the distinguishing features in their evidence other than confirming that this is a strategically important and valuable resource as to why that further restriction would be appropriate. Granular land use controls. Mr. Govinda for Hamilton City proposes additional granular controls to limit the industrial activities that can be established to high value activities only, and to protect airside areas for airside activities. It does not provide a definition of high value activity or explain how it would be addressed or assessed objectively in the district plan. Nor does he explain why TPL or RPL would have any interest in attracting low value activities or activities that would undermine the sustainable management of Hamilton Airport. Waikato Regional Airport have not raised any such concerns, and it is difficult to see why Mr. Govinda considers why he is best placed to provide, in his quote, his words, more nuanced planning approach. For the reasons outlined in Mr. Grala's rebuttal evidence, we submit that the controls advanced by Mr. Govinda are uncertain, inefficient, and unjustified, and would amount to significant over-regulation. And just to observe the obvious, those controls are not recommended by Waipa's Section 42A officer at all. So that's the retail section in summary form disposed of. I want to quickly step you through the transport issues. I'm not sure I'll meet. What time's lunch? Sorry, sir. I don't think I'll meet the deadline in terms of finishing before lunch, whatever time that may be. I still have probably 20 minutes to go.
I have no objection to running a bit over time. I think it's important we finish your opening submissions before lunch if we possibly can.
You definitely can. So thank you, sir. Transport. In response to the submissions, the applicant's transport consultants ran a new model. This is Mr. Inda. Scenario using a 2031 baseline that includes delivery of 41 hectares of Northern Precinct land that's currently zoned airport business. So there appears on the face of the joint witness statement some discussion amongst the transport experts in their conferencing, and Mr. Inda undertook to run an additional model that he then provided to the participants of the joint witness statement, and has updated his evidence to provide an outline of that. The additional work undertaken by the applicants and expert conferencing and the provision of detailed analysis in Mr. Inda's statement mean that a range of transport issues have been able to be narrowed or resolved entirely. Waka Kotahi has confirmed that it's satisfied that PC20 appropriately addresses transport network effects, and that Waka Kotahi supports Plan Change 20 provisions as proposed by the applicants. The applicants welcome the mature and the constructive approach adopted by Waka Kotahi. Several issues raised by Hamilton City Council and its experts have been narrowed or resolved, including as a result of Mr. Inda's statement of evidence. The following section summarizes the discrete transport matters that remain in contention. And the first is the walking and cycle connection route. Now, before any subdivision or traffic generation development is developed, the Rule 10.4.2.13a requires the construction of a new walking and cycling shared path connecting Peacock Road to the Northern Precinct via Middle Road and Paping Road, and the words "or a suitable alternative" were added from the joint witness conferencing process. We understand that Hamilton City is seeking that the proposed shared path connection between the Northern Precinct and Peacock be required to follow a route that is not along Paping Road, but along the eastern edge gullies of one of two Paping Road properties that Hamilton City Council has since PC 20 was filed, purchased for the proposed Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant. So that, and currently Paping Road, which is a legal road, not fully formed, but a legal road, bisects those two properties. The land acquisition for the Southern Treatment Plant was not disclosed in Hamilton City Council's submission or within the joint witness statements. Hamilton City Council's rationale is that the shared path may affect its future plans on the properties. PC 20 requires the provision of an additional, and then Hamilton Council's second thing that they're seeking is that PC 20 require provision of an additional 1.6 kilometres of shared path out of the Waipa district and into the Hamilton City area, as opposed to the proposal, which is proposed terminus at the Paping and Peacocks Road intersection at the edge of the Waipa district. So we're going to come to those 2 points. First, the alternative route. The applicants do not consider the alternative route sought by Hamilton City Council should be mandated by Plan Change 20 for the following reasons. Proposed Rule 10.4.2.13a does not preclude an alternative route being pursued. That is the purpose of the words "or suitable alternative" being agreed during the conferencing. It's inappropriate and unnecessary to lock in a single route, especially when that route is inferior and requires the acquisition of third-party land. Planning for the Southern Metro Plant is still in the early stages, and it's premature to propose the use of the legal road. There's a road closing process still to occur under the Local Government Act. Paping Road is a straight, legal, partially unformed road. Waipa is the road controlling authority, and it has been consulted over over a long period. Utilising its alignment for a shared path is consistent with its current status as a legal road and provides a simple, direct, and efficient connection. And in his rebuttal, Mr. Inder confirms the suitability of Paping and Peacock roads for cycling, and that Paping Road is the preferred solution from a transport perspective. In contrast, the route proposed by Hamilton City is indirect, convoluted, and approximately 800 metres longer. While Hamilton City's alternative route is supported by Mr. Govinda, Hamilton City's independent transport expert in my submission appears lukewarm on the idea. Hamilton City's provided no evidence demonstrating how a shared path may inhibit the construction of the Southern Metro Plant on a sizable landholding. Presumably, the existence of a legal road bisecting the properties represents a more immediate constraint on them. Now, that said, Commissioners, if there is an alternative, then the applicants aren't necessarily locked into Paping Road. But Paping Road was identified well before Hamilton City acquired this land. And the answer or the solution, Commissioners, is the wording and the flexibility already contained in the plan change for alternative access, which can be considered at the time of the first subdivision consent or sometime thereafter. So I say Hamilton City has a concern that's become apparent at a late stage. The answer to that concern is already provided for in Plan Change 20. Extension into Hamilton City. The participants to the joint witness statement consider that Peacocks, well, Mr. Inder, gosh, I'm just trying to avoid this one. Balacharan and Markinson consider that Peacocks Road is suitable for cycling in its current state. On this basis, the 1.6 additional shared path on Peacock sought by Hamilton City is not justified, and the applicant's proposal is sufficient and appropriate. Now, Mr. Prakash for Hamilton City does not consider cycling on the section of Peacock roads to be safe. Hence, his proposal is for the developers to be responsible for the first stage of PC 20 land is developed, not only for the considerable section of shared path proposed, but he wants an additional 1.6 kilometres of shared path within Hamilton City that will be urbanised in the future. If Hamilton City considers that shared path facilities on Peacock Road in its district are needed or would be beneficial, then it can use the range of funding and other mechanisms it has to achieve that. The mechanisms exist for Hamilton City to deliver such an outcome either now or as the Hamilton City Council area is urbanised. It is not efficient, proportionate, or otherwise justified to require the PC20 developers to deliver additional shared paths in the manner sought by Hamilton City Council. More fundamentally, we are uncertain on what basis Hamilton City considers Waipa District Council as the jurisdiction to make planning rules relating to land outside of Waipa's district. There are serious questions whether the relief sought by Hamilton City Council is on the plan change, based on the case law traversed by several parties regarding, including Hamilton City, and the preliminary issues of scope for this hearing. I just mentioned in 9.4 and 9.5 around the timing of the upgrades, and just my point is essentially that they're clear and they're certain. Hamilton City have some comments around intersection upgrades. Intersection upgrades within Waipa. The ITA supporting Plan Change 20 included several concept designs to assist with understanding of the intersection upgrades required by PC20. The concept designs are just that. Their purpose is to demonstrate the feasibility of the intersection upgrades. Experts for other parties, including Hamilton City, have sought to debate matters of detailed design regarding several intersections. However, it's simply unnecessary to debate matters regarding their detailed design at the plan change stage. It comes back to our discussion, Commissioner Coffin, around you need to be satisfied that these things can be achievable, but we don't necessarily need to have the nuts and bolts and locked in a detailed design sense. That is for a future resource consent and engineering planning stage. In a similar vein, it's inappropriate to insert in a district plan an advice note dealing with a future but not consented development on the Tabby Tiger land. This is not the forum for airing historic frustrations on planning approaches in the wider area, or to attempt to design a roundabout on a third-party land, which is what the Tabby Tiger alternative design is. It's located in part or in full on a third-party land. Because if that was locked in, then that would have the potential of frustrating Plan Change 20. So there's a high level of agreement between Mr. Inda and the 42A report and the council peer reviewer, Mr. Tinan Morgan. Mr. Inda has responded comprehensively to the 42A reviewers' concerns and the further information that he sought in his review. Similarly, there is a high degree of alignment between Mr. Inda and Mr. Tyndall for Waka Kotahi. Mr. Inda's evidence confirms the proposal can be accommodated by the surrounding road network while maintaining acceptable levels of study and performance, and provides an appropriate framework for transport matters at the resource consent stage. I have to just observe this is one of the more complex transport areas in the sense that Plan Change 20 and the approach of Mr. Inda has been to deal with the existing environment of the roading network, but not to preclude changes that might result from the Southern Links that designation is implemented. So future proofs that, and he's demonstrated how. Other issues, I'll get through this pretty quickly. Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant. Mr. Govinda has described in the most general sense a rule framework, including staging and trigger mechanisms requiring the connection of PC20 development to the Southern Treatment Plant, which may be constructed in the future. Mr. Govinda does not propose any PC20 wording for how this is to be achieved. While RPL and TPL have been very clear in their preference that the land, PC20 land, will ultimately connect to the Southern Treatment Plant, it is not the only feasible option for wastewater as detailed in Mr. King's evidence. If you would rightly have questions for me and for the experts if our case was founded, commissioners, on linking to the Southern Treatment Plant, when that treatment plant doesn't exist and hasn't been designated or consented. So our evidence has been a responsible one, and Mr. King set out how the wastewater will be dealt with in the short term and how it could be dealt with in the medium term if the treatment plant were delayed for any reason. But in so doing, the ultimate preference is to connect to the Southern Treatment Plant once it's available. So it's premature and inefficient and unjustified to seek such mandatory connection to the Southern Treatment Plant, or to link by way of staging PC20 land to the availability or otherwise of the Southern Treatment Plant. And the Section 42A reviewer on 3 waters does not recommend triggers or staging in the advanced manner as advanced by Mr. Govinda. I set out in paragraph 9.4 to 9.6 matters that you'll hear from Mr. Hill, and he's going to be here. You'll hear from him today, so I don't need to repeat that. All I want to observe is since the filing of our evidence in chief, there's been further hui with mana whenua and a draft memorandum of understanding or relationship agreement, for want of a better word, presented to work through that process. There's a series of further hui proposed, and Mr. Morgan and Mr. Yates, is on behalf of the principals, confirm their commitments in respect of the ongoing engagement and development of that relationship agreement. That sits outside of this plan change process, but it's important to record that because there are recommendations made in the cultural impact assessment by Mr. Hill that are the subject of that relationship agreement, or intended to be the subject of that.
Just in regards to that, I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Hill. It's good that he's here, so you'll get to hear them. It's about, one is about, and maybe we have some of the other witnesses this afternoon in terms of the corporate evidence, where the MOU is at, but that's not my specific question. It's around the reliance on the MOU as opposed to the provisions within the plan change. And so, and just recognizing this isn't a consent, resource consent hearing, the conditional support of the iwi, as I understand it, is predicated on those matters being agreed between the applicant and those mana whenua groups, and the MOU is identified as the vehicle for doing that. And I just, this is a bit of a confidence question around that conditional support. Is the MOU the most appropriate vehicle to do that? Is having some provisions in the plan to give confidence that that's going to occur, or the matters raised in terms of effects will be addressed?
So, twofold answer to that. First of all, the parties have identified that as the most appropriate mechanism. Secondly, some of those matters in the cultural impact assessment have to be dealt with by way of an MOU because they relate to future consenting, like the accidental discovery protocols. Now, that would be a matter of a consent. So what's important is to get in a relationship agreement or an MOU, the commitment by the applicants to proffer exactly what the mana whenua want at the resource consenting stage. And I would struggle to how to sort of foreshadow that in sort of the plan provisions. Second thing is mana whenua, based on the engagement, did not see fit to submit on the application. They're very well aware of it. And I'm not saying their concerns have no relevance, but I'm just observing that they haven't submitted, and that on the face of it, appear content with the CIA and that process that's well underway, and that stopgap measure, I suppose, which is between the plan change and the consent, which is the commitments in a contractual sense between the applicants and mana whenua. Does that answer that?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you can test that with the witnesses, but both, it was important to have both Mr. Yates and Mr. Morgan in record, I thought, in their evidence to reaffirm to the commissioners their commitment to follow through on the MOU process. And unfortunately, I would have liked to have turned up today and said, I've got to sign the MOU. Now, why we don't have a signed MOU is there's a process and series of hui to work through. Not that there is any, and I don't want you to take this any other way, there's no fundamental issue with the contents of the MOU. It's a matter of just working through the process rather than a fundamental disconnect at all. In fact, there's
the intent of the question is the evidence quite mentions that there seems to be good relationships and meetings. There's a pathway forward for us. It's just having the confidence that that process is taking place. Is there anything residual that we need to take into account in terms of provisions?
Well, I'd invite you to talk to question Mr. They'll be shooting daggers in my back to to question Mr. Yates and Mr. Morgan and Mr. Hill, and test that on in an evidential sense. So I set out my submission around 9.6. I don't need to take that further. The existing environment, I set out in my submissions what or how one goes about defining the existing environment, from the sort of genesis of that through in the contact energy case, and then the Court of Appeal decision in Hawthorne. And the existing environment is relevant in, I think, two matters. And the first is in terms of the Southern Links. There was criticism of, well, I'll read my submissions from 9/11. An issue in respect of the existing environment is whether or and to what extent the Southern Links designation should be taken into account as part of the existing environment. This has particular relevance for certain PC20 effects assessments, for example, visual and landscape effects. Boards have confirmed that the principles in Hawthorne apply to designations that are included in the district plan. In Save Wanaka, the Environment Court considered whether and to what extent the designation should be taken into account as part of the existing environment. And I set out that quote from the court. The court confirmed that in considering how a designation is likely to affect the future environment, both its enabling and protective purposes were relevant. Ultimately, the court found that the designation in question was to be considered as part of the existing environment. I set out that in a bit more further detail. With that in mind, at 9.16 says Ms. Brown's critique. Now, Ms. Brown's the 42A landscape reviewer for Waipara. Her critique of Ms. Jack's analysis, because it was informed by the Southern Links, is misplaced and wrong at law. It is also relevant to assessing the concerns of Ms. Thurley, given she opines that bats may need quiet places and that roads bring noise and artificial lighting. PC20 sites located between a busy regional airport and the Southern Links designation. And I set out that quote that we've talked about earlier, Commissioner. In addition, it's appropriate transport function can be maintained with or without Southern Links, and the PC20 provision framework provides for this. Transportation effects can be appropriately managed with or without Southern Links. So as I understand, Waka Kotahi still proceeding on a form and function review of the Southern Links. The lapse period for Southern Links, I think, is 2036. At the moment, it's locked in through the district plan provisions as a designation, and we should assume, for the purposes of the existing environment, that that designation is in place and not artificially pretend that there's no designation, even though it hasn't been confirmed in terms of its scale or whether it's proceeded. So we've approached it on the basis that Southern Links could happen, and that's the right thing to do. I set out in 10 just a summary of what I've been traversing for the last hour or so, and you'll be pleased to know I come to my principal submission. And that is that we submit that the combined evidence of the applicants and the council should give the panel a very high degree of confidence that there are no impediments to PC20, and that the most appropriate, and it is the most appropriate planning framework for the site. The proposal will bring meaningful benefits for the district and the region, facilitating much needed business land in a strategic location by the way of quality coordinated development. Further, the suite of measures proposed to manage adverse effects is comprehensive and robust. And I literally then step you through in terms of each principal submission, relating it back to the tests that you must be satisfied. The provisions are entirely appropriate for the site, striking an appropriate balance between the desirability of stimulating business activity through quality development of business land and the need to ensure the development appropriately responds through design and management of effects to the immediate site and surrounds of the district and the region as a whole. The proposal will achieve an outcome which will have significant positive benefits. It will supply highly sought after business land, introduce jobs, and stimulate local investment and spending. We submit that there are no material amendments to the plan change text attached to Mr. Growler's rebuttal that are justified. PC20 represents a significant and valuable opportunity to provide for sustainable growth. And those, commissioners, are my submissions.
Just put one question. So just in regards to transport matters, and I raised it earlier on, and it's maybe something you could respond to now, perhaps in replies. So in regards to, I'm not quite sure my mind of the difference between the mandates of Waka Kotahi and the transport folk from Hamilton City, and the technical issues in terms of the traffic transportation options and issues and effects.
Yeah.
And I just wondered if you had any advice in that regard.
Well, what I'd observe is there's two road controlling authorities within the area or adjacent to the area of PC20. And they are Waka Kotahi when it relates to the state highway, and Waipa District Council when the road is a local road and not a state highway. Hamilton City is not the road controlling authority, but there are relevant, or potentially there are relevant trans-boundary issues that can be raised, but it's important that they are just that, and that Hamilton City is not the big brother road controlling authority in capital RCA. Here it's Waka Kotahi, who evidence says they're satisfied with PC20. They've got some, I describe their approach as mature because they still have some residual issues, but they're confident that the provisions provide the framework to work through those residual issues. And Hamilton and Waipa District is the relevant control authority. Those are the two bodies that have jurisdiction for this area. Other parties are interested parties, and Hamilton City has a particular role, and given it's the adjacent district council or city council, but it's not the road controlling authority. Is that answering your question?
I think in part, yes.
Okay, we'll pick up the bits it doesn't answer.
Yes, there's some I'll catch up with the various submitters on the way.
Yeah, and I'm very happy, sir, as long as you two are, to answer questions as they arise, to minimise my work effort at the end in terms of a reply, and try and address matters as they arise. So where we can't, or a more fulsome and considered approach is needed, then I'll address that in reply.
The other one is a question so much as I know we've got Mr. Cash coming on Friday. One of the things that would be really helpful, he's got a number of maps and diagrams in his evidence. It would be nice to have a really clear map showing the alternative routes that he's talked about in relation directly to the PC20.
I think the Hamilton City, I understand, are presenting remotely.
Okay.
So I think we're best to just work that request through.
Yeah, I'm looking at Joe in terms of this. It's coming on Friday. It'd be good if they can have some really clear graphics to us, either send them to us or have them hard copy for us. That would be helpful. Because the ones in the evidence, I'm finding a little bit difficult to find. Thank you.
And I think giving advice on either side, that the maps in respect of Mr. Inder's evidence as well, that's contained as well. So we'll have hard copies if you want hard copies for when Mr. Inder presents today. Now, in the break, you've got the rebuttal set, and hands up in terms of my error. That's not in colour. I forgot that the rebuttal set needed to be in colour. So I've handed it up, but online it is in colour. So I can attend to that and provide them in colour so you can see the difference tracking there, but online they're very much available in colour. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to hand those up. So if you prefer, overnight we'll sort something out.
Talking about maps, Failing Road, where is it? I couldn't find it on the map I'm looking at.
Yeah,
it's too small. Thank you.
If it's all right, for the
Yeah, well, Waiting Road is at the very top end of Middle Road. If you find Middle Road on the map,
Yeah.
follow it all the way up to the northwest,
Sir, if it would help, I'm happy to help you navigate that at lunch, if you want to find it.
Well, those plans that have been promised will be very helpful.
We've got some high quality master planning maps, structure planning maps. But then some of the evidence from some of the submitters have got less high quality ones, and you're trying to work out, is that road that one there? And so
I can't
have it in one place.
Mr. Inder has certainly in his evidence relevant maps as well. We'll review those, and I don't know when we start again after the lunch and adjournment, I'll give you some references as to the relevant maps that may assist you that are in our evidence.
Are you content to resume at 1:30?
Yes, sir.
Anybody object to a 1:30? It appears not. Any procedural issues before we break? No, we stand adjourned until 1:30. Thank you all. Is before we start to hear the evidence.
Not procedural per se, but an update in respect of the requested plans. The Madam Secretary is providing 2 of those plans in hard copy from the filed evidence for the Commissioners. So that's underway, sir. And we've also requested a colour copy of the rebuttal set of provisions to be provided to you. So you can chuck out what I handed up in terms of the black and white, and Madam Secretary is providing those as well. So I'm indebted to her for doing that.
Thank you. We have 1 copy already.
Well, sir, that brings us to the juncture of calling my first witness, and my first witness is Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan's prepared a evidence in chief that's been pre-circulated, and then has, along with all witnesses, prepared a summary statement. And so I'll just lead Mr. Morgan in terms of the summary statement and then ask him to read from paragraph 3. So Mr. Morgan, can you confirm that your full name is Mark Andrew Morgan, that you're the Chief Executive of Titanium Park and also the Chief Executive of Waikato Regional Airport Limited, and that you have prepared a evidence in chief dated 28 February, and to the best of your knowledge, that evidence is true and correct?
I can confirm that.
And you've also prepared a summary statement of today's date, or 14 March, I should say, and I would invite you to read from that statement from paragraph 4.
Thank you and good afternoon, Commissioners. TPL and the group generally are committed to the long-term good of the environment, kaitiakitanga or guardianship and sustainability are core team values and key themes in all company strategy documents. I summarise the group's approach to environmental management and corporate responsibility in my evidence in chief. TPL and the wider group companies greatly value the long-standing positive relationships they hold with mana whenua. There is a history of good faith engagement between mana whenua and the airport companies on a range of issues. The group seeks to foster these relationships through ongoing engagement and initiatives based on mutual trust and transparency. And I wonder if it's okay with the Commissioners, I might just refer back earlier to Commissioner Coffin's question around confidence in the relationship. I just would like to add some comments if that's okay with the Commissioners. And look, what I would say first and foremost is certainly I speak on behalf of TPL, the RAL group of companies, and I'd say firstly our ownership is a very important context here. Obviously 5 council shareholders. As an airport company primarily, we are long-term holders of land. We look out perhaps nowhere near as far as mana whenua, but we look out already at 30 to 50 year horizons in terms of our airport planning. And we're very aware that our custodianship of the airport group is an important long-term asset for the region. So we approach how we develop the land and how we partner in the land is very important. We've got some really good examples, and if you wish to consider it when you're having a look around the various land holdings this afternoon, we've just completed a $15 million refurbishment of the airport terminal. And I think a 2-minute stop, you'll get a real sense of the involvement we've had with mana whenua to culturally enhance the terminal. And it's now, I think it's an exemplar of how key iconic buildings in the region can integrate with mana whenua. So I'd like you to consider that. I'd also like to mention that in respect of those long-term ownership view, it's very much an expectation of the shareholders and of the board that we engage very proactively with mana whenua. So at that point, I'll move on to my next point. Titanium Park is a master planned business park catering for a range of industrial and commercial activities. It is centrally located between Cambridge, Hamilton and Te Awamutu. It is also at a central junction between Auckland, Tauranga, New Plymouth, Taupo and Rotorua. A key advantage of Titanium Park is therefore its accessibility and connectivity. It is equipped with high quality business infrastructure, local and national highway connections, and is centrally located to Waikato agribusiness. Titanium Park includes several precincts: Rains, Central, Southern, Western, Aviation, Airport and Northern. Very high demand for land at Titanium Park has meant the land within the Southern, Western, Central and Rains precincts has either already been developed or has largely been purchased for development. The PC20 request and the evidence before the panel represents the culmination of several years' work. In practical terms, key features of the proposed PC20 development include points A through F. Extending the northern precinct, currently 41 hectares but undeveloped, by an additional approximately 89 hectares to create a new northern precinct of approximately 130 hectares to meet the district and region's future demand for business land. Industrial and other business activities that establish within the northern precinct extension may include warehouses, manufacturing, logistics, data centre and other similar uses. The internal road layout can accommodate small and large businesses, as well as businesses which may benefit from direct airside access to the airport's main runway. A range of ecological protection enhancement measures are proposed, including a bat habitat area. PC20 includes a range of opportunities for landscape, character, and urban design enhancement. PC20 incorporates a range of cultural initiatives resulting from engagement with mana whenua. 2 gateways have been identified to provide the initial road access to the northern precinct. TPL and Rukahia Properties Limited are long-term neighbours with long-standing interests and relationships in the community. Collaboration to date has reinforced to me that both parties are committed to a quality and enduring development legacy in the form of PC20. As part of its commitment to environmental management and the community, TPL has engaged with a wide range of parties. TPL is committed to the local and regional communities and to delivering a quality Titanium Park Northern Precinct. TPL places high importance on community and stakeholder involvement in the project and has prioritised meaningful engagement. In terms of engagement with mana whenua, TPL has, with mana whenua groups, continued with the history of productive engagement on airport-related issues. TPL and RPL engaged Mr. Hill of Te Hiro Consultants Limited to assist with mana whenua engagement on the Northern Precinct, including preparation of a cultural impact assessment or CIA. A number of hui have been held on PC20 and several initiatives have been incorporated into PC20 as a result of dialogue with mana whenua. Development of a memorandum of understanding, which is likely to be a relationship agreement, is being pursued. TPL is committed to responding to the CIA's recommendations and continuing with a long-term and enduring relationship. Throughout the project, TPL and RPL have attempted to take on board and respond to feedback from the community and stakeholders. TPL and RPL, along with the independent consultant team, have carefully reviewed all submissions and have sought to respond to matters raised where practicable. This has resulted in several post-notification changes to PC20, which TPL and RPL are now proposing and which are supported by the applicant's team of independent expert advisors. Following the very strong uptake of existing Titanium Park offerings, TPL is confident that now is the appropriate time to be planning for the extension of the Northern Precinct through PC20. TPL considers that PC20 represents a valuable opportunity for the company and the local and regional community. It will facilitate the expansion of a strategically located and coordinated, high-quality, master-planned business park in a manner that has been carefully designed to manage all environmental effects. TPL is confident that PC20 will deliver a high-quality, modern titanium park extension that positively addresses the wants and needs of the local and regional communities as a whole. That concludes. Thank you.
The only question I had for you, Mr. Morgan, was just in regards to how the MOU was going, and I think we had a little bit of an update, but if there was anything else you wanted to add, be happy to hear it.
I think the MOU, although, and certainly that's the terminology used here, but in fact, that's, I think, a very good example of the progression we've made where NITAO, who are representing a number of iwi, would prefer it to be a relationship agreement. So that's their recommendation because they feel that that's a much more appropriate and flexible approach.
NITAO, Ngāiwi Tōpū o Waipaha.
Yes. I think the engagement has gone very, we've met now with them a couple of times in relation to this particular plan change, but several times over recent years. And we're forming not only, I think, a relationship in regard to PC20, but also a much closer relationship in respect of the airport group as we actually navigate our own cultural journey as an organisation. And Mr. Hill continues to support the company as we progress that as well. So I guess we're looking to ensure that we have an authentic relationship rather than just an administrative relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I have no questions. All very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Morgan will be here throughout, so if there are further matters that arise, then I may call upon him. And I'll ask Mr. Yates to come around, sit next to me.
Oops. It would be remiss of me to say, Mr. Yates, that I'm assuming you're the Yates of the Yates family that we've known since we were little children and we went to buy your family seed. So hopefully that's the same family. So I'd just like to meet and acknowledge your contribution to New Zealand's identity. Although I think it's been through the 1980s, it changed a little bit, but you're here with us. So welcome.
Thank you for the welcome, and your assumption is correct. It is in the blood, and I am a 7th generation Yates family seedsman. Very pleased to be here. Thank you.
In terms of the formality, Mr. Yates, can you confirm that your full name is William Philip Yates? You're the Director of Ruakea Kia Properties Limited and also the Managing Director of Genetic Technologies Limited, who you explained in your evidence in chief the relationship between the two entities, and that you have prepared a statement dated 28 February, which you can confirm now as being true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
I confirm that to be true and correct.
And you have also prepared a summary statement. And I wonder, Mr. Yates, if it's appropriate to ask you to follow on from Commissioner Coffin's questioning and perhaps just start at paragraph 3 and read from that.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners. The Yates family has a long association with New Zealand's agricultural sector. At a local level, we have also had a significant and close association with Ruakea through Genetic Technologies Research Facility. The RPL site is approximately 29 hectares and fronts Ohaupo Road, State Highway 3 and Middle Road, as shown in my evidence of chief. In 2014, GTL obtained a land use consent from Waipaha District Council for its research, distribution and office facilities. RPL and Titanium Park Limited have entered into a relationship which is sought to provide for an integrated approach to the plan change. We have shared the expert team so that an integrated assessment across both sites can be undertaken and that the full PC20 project site can be planned in a coherent manner. This integrated approach has meant that PC20 has avoided ad hoc development, with multiple landowners each pursuing different development goals and timing, and a lack of coordination in delivering infrastructure and mitigations. If the plan change is approved, we look forward to continuing to work closely with Titanium Park Limited in the delivery phase of PC20. I wish to record that RPL is committed to a high quality and master plan development, as is Titanium Park Limited. Through GTL, our intention is to remain as a long-term occupier of the RPL site, and RPL is likely to retain an interest in the underlying land holdings for some of the future lots on the RPL site. As noted above, the Yates family has a long association with Rukahia, and PC20 will ensure that that association to the land will continue for many years to come. RPL and Titanium Park Limited have worked with our shared expert advisors to respond to submitted concerns. Me and my family are excited by the opportunity that PC20 presents for the local area, the wider Waipa district and Hamilton City. Thank you.
I wonder, Mr. Yates, before you field questions from the commissioners, if you have any observations or comments in respect of the family engagement with mana whenua in other parts of the country, given the close association with the land that family business is involved in.
Certainly, my family has been pleased and privileged to work with Ngāti Kuta in the far north, in particular in the Eastern Bay of Islands, where we have family properties. My grandfather and following him, my father, and now myself and my fellow siblings work closely with Ngāti Kuta on a range of projects, but probably most notably a predator-free fence that we work together, co-funded and project managed, protecting Cape Brett and the Eastern Bay of Islands. But that's just an example. We have undertaken lots of planting projects and environmental restoration projects in the local community and district.
Thank you. I've got a topic for conversation tonight because my family were the lighthouse keepers at Cape Brett for many years. I wonder if you could confirm for the commissioners with any hui that you have had with mana whenua for this site and the commitments you have made in that process.
Sure. As with Mr. Morgan, I have participated in at least a couple of hui with Nitau and associated iwi, and my view is that those have progressed and proceeded very amicably and productively. My understanding is that there's a very cordial and forward-looking relationship between the parties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yates. Now, if you could answer any questions from the panel.
Mr. Yates, I've got a few questions. Now, you just have to appreciate we haven't been to the site yet, so I'm just trying to test some assumptions, and also just in terms of the evidence, just trying to, that you've provided, just correlate that with the master plan. So the first question is, there's a figure 1 that shows the property in your evidence, and it's outlined in yellow. And as per that map, I'm not sure what the date of it is. It looks mostly undeveloped, and we'll see the site this afternoon. And at the appendix 1, you have the sort of a layout plan for the resource consent for the, I'll call it the research facility, for loss of a better word. Yeah. And I just wondered if there's been any work on starting to establish the research facility at the moment, or whether it's still as per that plan, undeveloped.
We've been on the site there since September of 2011.
Okay. And
we've undertaken agricultural plant genetics research and product development in the intervening years, and our intention is to continue to do so into the future, in addition to establishing more permanent and higher quality facilities for our company, covering officing for staff, customer hosting facilities, and importantly, seed storage and distribution and research activities ongoing at the site.
And excuse me, and Commissioner, there is the full volume of the resource consent. Mr. Yates did not attach to his consent to his evidence because it was quite large, but it does, that resource consent and decision does make reference to a legal opinion from Greenwood Roche that was accepted by Waipa District Council, confirming the implementation of that resource consent on site.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're probably going to, my next question was around, in terms of what's been set out here, just this part of the layout plan for the consent, is that what you're expected in terms of anticipated development for that site, which appears to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, takes up most of that property?
No, so
Okay.
the purpose of attaching the figure one, is it figure one? The appendix 1 is to show the implemented resource consent.
Yes.
But that, you know, when you go on site, you will not see the full extent of that implemented resource consent as per this,
Yes.
this
Yeah.
attachment, but legally it's been implemented. So distinguish between legal and what you
Perhaps I
see.
should rephrase the question. You're anticipating that this development will occur on the property?
Correct.
Yes, and Mr. Yates has confirmed GTL's.
It's not a trick question.
No, I know.
Because I'm just trying to think,
Yeah.
Perhaps, with the plan change might actually, we've got the consent, but actually we're going to change our minds and do something quite different. So that might have different types
I
of.
think Mr. Yates can confirm,
Yeah.
but I think the answer, Commissioner, is it's probably a bit of both. GTL will remain on site. That's what Mr. Yates has confirmed today.
Yes.
But also, if the plan change is confirmed, then it presents different options for the remainder of the site in terms of its development.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So the plan change 20 isn't being sorted for some optionality for RPL. It intends to implement the plan change if approved.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Very clear. Thank you.
My third witness is Mr. Richards. And commissioners, you would have already read Mr. Richards' evidence, and it largely is intended to provide some historical background to the planning. Mr. Richards has been involved was involved as the original plan change. I think it was plan change 57. So brings that wealth of knowledge to this process, and that's the purpose of his evidence. So I will, without further ado, confirm for Mr. Richards that your full name is Leonard Nigel Frank Richards, that you are the former managing general manager of McConnell Properties, and that you are assisting Rukahia Properties in this plan change request. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And you set out in paragraph 2 of your summary statement your prior involvement with the Titanium Park Developments Limited, a joint venture vehicle, and you have also confirmed that your evidence in chief dated 28 February is true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
That is correct.
Mr. Richards, could I please invite you, perhaps because I muffed up that question quite appallingly, so I'll ask you to read from paragraph 2 to correct what I very ineloquently put to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, commissioners. I'm also the former director of Titanium Park Development Limited, acronym TPDL, and apologies, there is a few acronyms in my evidence, which was a 50% joint venture partner with TPL, and collectively they formed the Titanium Park joint venture. So TPJV was the entity that applied for, or as Plan Change 57 back in 2007, which rezoned the non-aeronautical land around Hamilton Airport from rural to airport business zone, which was then branded as Titanium Park Business Park. My evidence in chief sets out my relevant property development background. For Plan Change 20, I have been responsible for the day-to-day decisions on behalf of RPL, while Mr. Yates has maintained a strategic overview of RPL's interests. Around 2007, interests associated with both the Waikato Regional Airport Limited and the McConnell family signed a joint venture agreement which formed TPJV, supporting the intent to work together in rezoning and subsequently developing a portion of that non-aeronautical land surrounding Hamilton Airport. The rezoning was advanced through Plan Change 57 and covered some 117 hectares. Plan Change 57 became operative in 2008, with the related structure plan incorporated into the Waipa District Plan and became known as Titanium Business Park. In recognition of its strategic airside location, TPJV acquired an adjoining approximately 103 hectare property, which was then formerly known as the Montgomery Farm, in 2007. The property was viewed as a natural extension to the precinct framework that underpinned the emerging structure plan for Titanium Business Park and was subsequently referred to then as the Northern Precinct. The intent was that it would be rezoned to airport business in the future via a proposed district plan review process, and in 2012, TPJV lodged a submission to the 2012 Waipa District Council District Plan Review, seeking approximately 41 hectares of the airside land of the farm to be rezoned to airport business. The submission was accepted and this land was included in the structure plan and identified as the Northern Precinct of Titanium Park. In 2016, the TPJV was dissolved. As part of the termination, TPL took responsibility for owning, managing and developing the central and southern precincts of Titanium Park, while TPDL, under McConnell Properties Management, did similar for the western and the northern precincts. McConnell Property, on behalf of TPDL, subsequently sold the northern precinct back to TPL and progressively sold down all of the western precinct over the following 4 years. TPDL was subsequently wound up in 2020. When we learned, that's Rokihea Properties Limited, when we learned of TPL's intention to expand its airport business zone, RPL saw the logical extension of that zoning and related desire to enhance the business environment offered within the existing Titanium Park. A master planning exercise commenced, which underpins the PC20 structure plan. Within the RPL site, the desire has been to offer RPL flexibility and where the genetics facilities could be positioned, while also preserving the potential for adjoining lots to be developed. As part of the Titanium Park development, I was involved in the preparation of the design guidelines, which are attached to Mr. Morgan's statement of evidence. The intention is to apply those design guidelines with any necessary updated provisions to the RPL site to ensure that both the public and the private realm of the Northern Precinct reflects a quality business environment. RPL and TPL have approached PC20 in a coordinated and mature manner aimed at providing for an integrated approach to the plan change. PC20 provides a logical extension to the airport business zone in a manner that has been subject to thorough expert assessment and master planning process. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions for me. I'm just trying to find, Mr. Richards, when did you finish? You see, you were the former general manager of McConnell Property Limited.
I stepped down in 2018.
Okay, so there for a good
as general manager of McConnell Property.
My next question isn't related directly to your evidence, but it's probably within your experience working there. And this is a question in regards to retail that might be part of the business park. And I just drawing on your experience, we've had several submitters who are very concerned that there should be a cap on retail gross floor area.
Yes.
And from memory, about 1,000 square meters of a cap. And we've got before us a consideration of 5,000 square meters. Now, I'm not going to ask you about the square meterage, but I'm just wanting to draw on your experience in the other parts of the area, whether the retail components of the business park have been an issue in terms of there being too much demand for retail and it having a negative effect on the industrial business parts of the development. Hopefully that question's reasonably clear to you.
I'll attempt to answer. I think it's quite important to appreciate there's non-ancillary and ancillary retail elements.
Yes.
In my experience, and particularly in my Highbrook experience in the master planning of Highbrook, and I'm using that as a reference point for quality, it's very important that the developer or proponent of the business park provides quality amenity in their capacity to try and attract what we'd call or deem to be called good or quality occupiers within the business park. So amenity comes in the form of many things, but retail is very important, and having the appropriate retail scale within the park that prevents a whole lot of road trips outside the park boundary is very important. I guess what I'm saying is, rather than talking about quantum, a good quality business park must provide a relevant amount of retail.
Yeah, thank you. Just taking that a little bit further, have you experienced instances with ancillary and non-ancillary retail in the previous parts of the precincts development has had a negative, a known or identified negative impact on retail in other parts of the district?
It's certainly not to my knowledge. And I would suggest, I think that the retail elements by history, we certainly haven't reached those historic thresholds that were anticipated under Plan Change 57.
Thank you.
I have no questions, but thank you for bringing me up to date. The last direct involvement I had with Titanium Park was in 2007, according to your dates.
Yes.
But evidence very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My next witness is Samuel Coles. And Mr. Coles is the urban design witness.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Coles, your full name is Samuel James Coles, and you are the technical lead of urban design at Harrison Grierson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You have prepared a evidence in chief statement dated 28 February. Do you confirm to the best of your knowledge that statement is true and correct?
I can confirm that.
And you've also prepared a summary statement dated 14 March
And I'd ask you, Mr. Coles, if you perhaps could commence reading from that statement at paragraph 2.
Board of Commissioners, good afternoon. The PC20 site's regional and local context has been thoroughly documented within strategic plans and technical reports. The land holdings were identified as suitable for a large-scale industrial development. An expansion of the existing structure plan area fits within the expected future growth area. At a total of approximately 130 hectares, the proposal would be similar in scale to other well-regarded business park developments. The proposed structure plan is based on the outcome of a detailed master planning process facilitated by urban designers at Harrison Grierson. The 2-year master planning process assessed the site's context and integrated the technical inputs of stormwater, transport, civil engineering, cultural, planning, landscape architecture, and other specialists. These inputs were amalgamated into a series of diagrams and key design moves, culminating in an illustrative master plan. Overall, the process represents a suitable level of design consideration and was further informed by wider stakeholder engagement and consultation. The proposed structure plan is based on and is consistent with the urban design principles and development layout shown in the illustrative master plan, and therefore, in my view, reflects good urban design. And it's on the wall to your right if you wish to have a glimpse at that.
It'll just sake of clarity, it's also included in Mr. Coles' statement, but larger versions of this.
So the principles embodied in there are that primary transport connections and alignments follow a clear hierarchy supported with a cycling network and a future public transport route. Commercial amenities, open spaces, and retail opportunities to support industrial activity are incorporated and located in convenient places within the development. A gridded block layout provides efficient and sequenced development that enables a range of lot sizes and activities. Character defining elements such as the airport runway, views to Monga, and a hill feature are retained as key features in the layout. The amenity values within the development are supported by design guidelines, which address aesthetic and functional elements of built form, public space, and landscape at a detailed level. The principles above are all achievable within what PC20 proposes, and I expect they will be further refined through detailed design and the subsequent consenting phases. Most large-scale business parks that I've been involved with have adopted an urban design process of a similar nature. Most also follow a similar approach to structure planning, in that the planning provisions respond to critical elements and outcomes, while the master plan and design guidelines are used to inform the detail, along with subsequent consenting phases. In summary, I assess the PC20 proposal as a logical and overall positive urban design response to the site's context. The Northern Precinct can be developed to achieve a well-functioning urban environment through providing regionally significant business opportunities while incorporating good amenity and character within the site. through the design adopted, landscaping provisions, and bat habitat areas. Thank you, and I invite any questions.
I've got a question for you. I took quite a lot of notes from your evidence in chief, and I only ended up with one question at the end of it. So that's probably a tick in terms of being really clear about your evidence and what you're trying to say. The question is, and just my apologies if it's not as succinct as, I think my question's changed from my original one. My original one was just getting your view about the mix of retail and business activities that will occur and how the rules framework and other tools measures might work. But I'm just going to reframe the question, just thinking about the master planning approach, which is included in the sort of general statements in the airport business zone structure plan and a couple of other places. And I just want to understand the relationship between the status of the master plan during the development of this area vis-a-vis the rules which are controlling the development that may or may not be in that area, and the relationship between the two.
I might suggest that it might be a joint answer through Mr. Colson, if you're willing to accept Mr. Grala out of order, just in terms of answering the question.
I was looking at his evidence as you were talking, just like
because
correlating
there's no point parking that till tomorrow night if Mr. Grala can add now, if that's convenient.
Absolutely, that's fine.
It's a good question, sir. So I guess the approach we took was going right back to 2019 when we started the master planning process. So the approach that we've taken is similar, is the same, effectively the same process we've taken for other growth areas across the country, in that for us as from a planning perspective or a design perspective, using the master plan process is two things. One is getting a clear understanding of what the applicants want to do in terms of their development intentions, but then also using it as a way to get alignment and input from all the various experts. So it's a very integrated process. And the overall outcome that we're trying to achieve is a master plan that you can actually integrate and develop. And that it's based on a whole lot of evidence. So that evidence base is effectively, we're using the master plan as a way of getting alignment in the evidence base, and then the district plan rules follow on from that. So the master plan itself it's not a statutory document. It doesn't work its way into any of the provisions. It's purely used as an evidence base to ensure that we've got alignment between all the various experts. And then we use that as a starting point on the structure plan. So if you compare the structure plan with the master plan, you'll see that the overall form is consistent. But one of the key differences that we do with the structure plan is we only pick up the main roading networks.
Yes.
And we don't go to that granular level of detail. Going to your question around the different types of land uses and how you might do it. The thing to bear in mind is that this is likely to be a 15-year project around how it might get developed, where we have tried to foreshadow how things might get developed through the plan provisions, for example, on the infrastructure transport provisions, where we have triggers that say, if you start from this point of the site, you have to do these upgrades, and if you start from the opposite, you have to go and do these. Without being terribly prescriptive in the district plan, I didn't want to get to a point where we were being very prescriptive around where certain activities and be they industrial or different types of retail within the hub or the retail area might go, because really that's going to depend on what the market does, who's interested, and then also their various requirements of how much land they need. So it's very hard to do that in a district plan sense, because it's quite blunt in a district plan, and you don't want to get that wrong, because then you're going through a plan change to fix it. So what I would say is the master plan is useful in an evidence base, but that's the most useful part, and it gives a clear idea around the intentions to guide not only the applicants but also for people submitting, to get an idea of what might eventuate if the plan change is confirmed.
Yeah, that was just in my mind, one for us as decision makers, that the master plan is one of a suite of different measures that you've got a vision for the area and how might it be achieved through rules, some non-statutory and statutory means, the master plan, the structure plan, etc. And I just wanted to see where it is in the mix of that. The other question is who owns the master plan? And who's the person who say, hold on, we're going in a completely different direction to this master plan. Even though we're within the rules framework and we're meeting these other things, this is actually not the vision that we set out. So that's the second question.
The first question, I just respond from a legal perspective, in the illustrative master plan that we have up on the wall. It is there to inform the development of the structure plan, and it's the structure plan that has the legal life within the district plan. And so the master plan is that output of the iterative processes to develop the structure plan, and then provides the additional sort of look and feel that the team are able to test their assumptions and deliverables, I suppose. In terms of the life of it, it sits there as that informing document, but doesn't have any life in itself going forward. But the intention in terms of the development is the district plan sets the parameters, but then the developers, the TPL and the RPL, we've heard from the principals today about their long-term commitment, and behind that is the design guidelines and the review process within those design guidelines. So it's not simply a developer of a parcel of land says, oh, this is what I want to do, and I've read your design guidelines and hey presto, this is the building. It then has to be informed and improved by a design approval process, which Mr. Coles should speak to.
Thank you, and I concur with both of those thorough answers. Yes, you hit the nail on the head with your term vision, and that's what the illustrative master plan provides. It's a vision to all of the relevant stakeholders, and going forward can have some relevance there, as well as operators come to the development wishing to establish. The master plan provides that frame of reference. And so yes, through the design guidelines and other things, that's a vehicle for testing how guidelines are written and can respond to different matters as they arise through development.
Thank you. I do have one other question that wasn't on my list, but I think it might be somewhere else, and I've just lost track of whether you were the right expert or not. And it's regards to CPTED, another acronym. This is a test, crime prevention through, oh my goodness.
I can help you, sir, if you want. I think I responded to it in my rebuttal.
Oh, okay. So I haven't got the right experts. My apologies there.
There is a natural overlap between the two. So I would invite you to pose the question, and if you're happy to receive answers from both.
Yeah, I've read the rebuttal and I didn't have any questions per se in regards to what was responded to, but it was just having an understanding in terms of the master planning and the structure planning, whether CPTED principles have been incorporated or considered during that process.
So those crime prevention through environmental design principles are more likely to become issues through the built form and the transport network at a more detailed level. So it's unlikely to see them at a structure plan. The only area that was considered in that regard was the bat habitat area. At one point there was a cycleway proposed through that, and through sort of design consideration it was agreed that that wouldn't represent good CPTED outcomes, and therefore that is one element, to give an example, that was removed from the structure plan in response to that.
Thank you.
Just add, sir, that example of Mr. Coles is a perfect one. It's where those guidelines trumped providing an amenity, because you had to factor in the recommendations or the requirements of the plan change and the recommendations of the lighting expert as to the level of lighting within the bat habitat area, and putting a multi-purpose walking track during the day made sense, but from a CPTED design perspective at night didn't make sense and that trumped the design of the bat habitat area
Yeah,
because you couldn't have the lighting.
I'm trying to avoid getting down the rabbit hole or the bat hole, depending on how we call it, about what's the tensions between the lighting that's providing for mitigation for bat habitat versus the safety of people, people feeling safe when they drive into an area and they're moving around and it feels dark. But I'm not going there.
I have no questions, but I simply observe that Mr. Growler mentioned a 15-year horizon. Happens to be within a year of my first involvement with Titanium Park in 2007. And from what I recall of the plans, they don't look all that much different from what they looked then. So you may have reviewed them, but you've kept the same elements, which is perhaps encouraging. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm just going to go to Mr. Hill and then I'll come back to Ms. Jack. Reason being, Mr. Hill got up on a seat before it was called, so we'll just go with that and we'll go with Mr. Hill. So, Mr. Hill, and Mr. Hill's evidence in respect of online is number 15. So we've taken him out of the indicative run of batting order. Mr. Hill, can you confirm that your full name is Norman Peter Sonny Roy Hill and that you are a cultural and environmental consultant and that you were the author of the cultural impact assessment that was included with the Plan Change 20 request, and that you have also prepared a statement of evidence dated 28 February that you confirm to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Tautoko, I confirm.
Mr. Hill, you've also prepared a summary statement. And I wonder, Mr. Hill, if you could perhaps just commence at paragraph 2 of that statement, please.
Tēnā koutou e te whare, tēnā korua e te tepu. I have coordinated and managed the mana whenua engagement process since late 2021, and I was the author of the Culture Impact Assessment, which was appended to the PC20 application. The PC20 site sits within the tribal boundary of Waikato Tainui, who hold mana whenua, hold mana whakahaere over its land and resources, including the Waikato River and associated natural environs. Ngāti Koriki Kahukura, Ngāti Hawa, Ngāti Mahanga, a tangata whenua and share mana, power authority derived from whakapapa, continued occupation and use for the area. Ngāwi Tōpua Waipa, a Nīchao, translated as the Assembly of People of Waipa, is a group that represents Hapu in the Waipa district. The CIA, which has been prepared for PC20, ensures that the principles, significant values and issues of Nīchao and Waikato Tainui are articulated, acknowledged and understood in response to the land subject to PC20 application and its subsequent development. Many of the recommendations in CIA relate to future phases of the development that will be facilitated by PC20. I am comfortable that the PC20 proposal adequately addresses the CIA recommendations to the extent that I can. The engagement that has occurred to date, which is ongoing, has resulted in a strong working relationship between TPL, RL and Nīchao, which is likely to be formalized in a memorandum of understanding and or a memorandum of relationship agreement in the near future. Waikato Tainui is supportive of engagement continuing to occur with mana whenua via Nīchao. Engagement with mana whenua commenced early in the master planning phase for the Northern Precinct in 2019 and remains ongoing. A total of 7 hui have been held to date, including 5 hui with Nītiao and 2 hui with Waikato Tainui. Ngāti Koriki, Kahukura, Ngāti Hawa and Ngāti Mahanga all have representation through Nītiao. As foreshadowed in my statement of evidence, there have been a further hui with Nītiao on the 6th of March 2023. At the 6th of March hui, a draft MOU was discussed along with the update on the proposed bat habitat areas and acquisition of and plans for the compensation site, which includes the Waikato River. The CIA, which has been prepared for PC20, ensures that the principal significant values and issues of Nītiao and Waikato Tainui articulated, understood and acknowledged in response to the land subject to PC20 application and its subsequent development. The approach and methodology of preparing the CIA included researching cultural and historical information of the area, assessing technical information and master plans, and engagement with Nītiao and Waikato Tainui for review and endorsement of the final CIA. While I was the principal author, the CIA was prepared with considerable input from Nītiao and Waikato Tainui, and therefore takes into account the principles, values, and issues that are articulated in Tai Tumu, Tai Pari, Tai Ao, and Te Rautaki Tāmata Aotearoa o Ngāti Hawa. I consider the engagement that has occurred has been meaningful, has led to meaningful consideration of key environmental and cultural values which have been identified by mana whenua. The manner in which consultation has been undertaken is within the good spirit of goodwill, partnership and understanding between mana whenua TPL and RPL, and in accordance with engagement process in Tai Tumu, Tai Pari, Tai Ao. The primary statement of evidence addresses the various cultural effects associated with PC20 and noted mana whenua support with initiatives such as rainwater harvesting, high standard of treatment of stormwater runoff, retention of the hillock landform where the hub is proposed, and alignment of roads to enable views of the surrounding maunga. I also noted that mana whenua consider that a carefully managed approach is required during construction by adhering to cultural protocols due to the cultural significance and wider receiving environment and proximity of Nuku Pa and other sites along the Waikato River. Additionally, I noted that the health of ngā taonga, taiao, and natural resources and in its entirety, land, water, and air is paramount. The protection of peka peka is a critical issue for mana whenua. I also commented that the applicants have given further consideration of bat protection, habitat protection, and enhancement following the lodgement of the plan change application. The most recent proposal for habitat protection and enhancement we discussed at the Nītiao hui on the 6th of March. There was general support from Nītiao for the proposed bat habitat and enhancement for the compensation site. The CIA outlined 9 recommendations for avoiding, remedying and mitigating cultural effects. Nītiao and Waikato Tainui support for PC20 has been confirmed, conditional on the recommendations being achieved and executed. A series of hui and the development of a MOU are aimed at responding to those recommendations. The engagement which has been undertaken by TPL, RPL with mana whenua has been appropriate and consistent with best practice and is ongoing. Nītiao's and Waikato Tainui support for PC20 has been confirmed, conditional on the recommendations and the CIA being agreed to and executed. Addressing the recommendations in the CIA will ensure that PC20 will be aligned to Te Ture Whai Mana o Waikato, o Te Awa Waikato, Tai Tumu, Tai Pari, Tai Ao, and Te Rautaki Tāmata Aotearoa o Ngāti Hawa. Development of an MOU is a principal means of addressing the CIA recommendations are well advanced.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Your summary is really articulate. The questions I've had, I think you've pretty much answered, and I just want to pick up on a couple of things. One is just around the proposal for bat habitat area and the compensation site. And you've in paragraph 10 you said there's general support from Naomi Tōpua Waipa. What we see in front of us in terms of those measures for protection, recognition, and compensation offset, was their whole package put before them?
So the proposal for the Pika Pika habitat site, and can I just share this one particular, it's actually shaped like a koru. And I think in our presentation, someone like myself called it the Pika Pika Koru Lounge. It's a very accommodating in terms of Pika Pika, excuse the joke. But it is something that was tabled.
I'm going to put that on my list of quotes of the day.
Yeah, the Pika Pika Koru Lounge. It is shaped like a koru, but when tabled with a Nitau membership, they were very thankful and acknowledged that there was consideration to Pika Pika Papakainga is what I termed it, to provide for its habitat and strengthening, its place to be housed essentially. So there was general support for that.
So we say there's general support from Ngāiwi Tōpua Waipa for the proposals. Would you say that's a high degree of comfort amongst the members?
Yeah, well, it was the first time we've tabled it in front of them, so it takes a bit of time for them to absorb those measures. But I'd say there was a heightened level of confidence and a level of thanks to that acknowledgement.
And just these are more clarifying ones. So Ngāiwi Tōpua Waipa has representatives of the three groups, Ngāti Koroki, Kahukura, Ngāti Hawa, and Ngāti Mahana. And Waikato Tainu is one of the post-settlement governance group that's been something that in terms of the plan, you've engaged with them, but they're not necessarily represented directly on Ngāiwi Tōpua Waipa, but they're comfortable with Ngāiwi Tōpua Waipa as being the primary group that you go and talk to.
Yes, yeah. So that's been acknowledged. Waikato Tainu is the overall korowai for our rohe. In many cases, they provide tautoko and support to local mana whenua to just local issues. So they've been consistent with their approach to whakamana ngā mana whenua I roto I tēnei awatanga.
Yes. My last question is more, it's partly rhetorical. This isn't a resource consent hearing, so we don't have the opportunity to condition the plan change necessarily. However, the recommendations that have come out of the cultural impact assessment, they're being addressed directly through the memorandum of understanding. And I think what we've heard today, there's a high level of confidence that the relationship, which might be reflected by an agreement, is something that's been worked on and it's ongoing. Do you have, as the cultural expert, confidence that the issues being addressed by, being raised by the hapu have been adequately addressed by PC20, irrespective of whether there's a relationship agreement or MOU as a destination or not?
Yeah. So there's two key provisions in the plan changes focused on ecology and betterment there, and certainly managing stormwater and betterment there. Yep. So the overall philosophy of betterment aligns to Tai Tumu, Tai Pari, Tai Ao. So that's significant in terms of achieving CIA outcomes there. With regards to the next phase, certainly through, we call it a memorandum of understanding, and Mr. Morgan spoke to the point, having had the conversation with our mana whenua leaders, they like the term memorandum of partnership, a memorandum of relationship. And so within the MOU or MOP, memorandum of partnership, there are detailed provisions around the CIA recommendations that have been cemented in that. So that's where the heightened level of confidence would be in regards to achieving the CIA outcomes through the consent process as qualified in the memorandum of relationship. And mana whenua have reaffirmed that commitment and really looking forward to working with the parties ongoing.
Thank you.
Commissioner, if I could just observe in terms of one of the other recommendations in the CIA was around the protection of viewpoints to the monga, and that is provided for through the alignment of the main, the primary road network.
Thanks for picking that. It's on my list of questions, but somewhere else.
That's in the plan change, so I don't want to give the impression that nothing's in the plan change. It most certainly is. And the other, I was just going to invite you perhaps to talk to tomorrow to Mr. Inga, who was invited to the hui on the 6th to talk through the how the bat habitat areas are intended to work and how Plan Change 20 is proposed to respond to the issues of the Pika Pika. And so he was in attendance. So I just put on record and ask you to put some questions to him. So he was invited for that purpose, sir.
That's great. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Hill. I have no questions. All very clear. Thank you.
Right, this time I'm calling Ms. Jack.
Yeah.
Ms. Jack, can you confirm your full name is Lisa Ann Jack and that you are a principal landscape architect in your firm Harrison Gresson?
I can confirm.
And you have prepared a statement of evidence dated 28 February 2023, and you confirm that that is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I can confirm that.
And you've also prepared a summary statement dated 14 March. And can I invite you, Ms. Jack, to read from that statement from paragraph 2, but I'd also just want to foreshadow that you have an additional matter to intercede into that as well, and do so at the appropriate time.
Tēnā koutou. The airport business zone currently applies to approximately 41 hectares of the site under the operative Waipa district plan, which I will refer to as the district plan moving forwards. That's with industrial and airport related activities in an existing airport business zoning established to the east of the site. PC20 proposes to extend this existing airport business zone to enable industrial related uses to be carried out within the full site boundary. PC20's effect on public views to the site would be to broaden the area supporting these uses to the boundary of Middle and Narrows roads. The landscape and visual assessment report, which I refer to as the LVA, I authored in support of PC20 made the following conclusions. Character changes for the site from a pastoral rural setting with agricultural values to a built form and structure associated with the airport business zone are enabled and expected in relation to the eastern area of the site, which is already zoned accordingly. Changes in character for the western part of the site are expected in the future and connected with identified future growth areas in the district plan and the Waka Kotahi Southern Links designation. Mana Whenua engagement identified that significant sightlines to Pirongia should be retained and enhanced through street layout and orientation, among other things, which is reflected in the proposed structure plan. Landscape effects will be associated with a change in use from rural to industrial, involving earthworks to create building platforms and the removal of some rural vegetation with landscaping. Due to the largely level topography of the site, the most significant earthworks would be those associated with the removal of a small hill, and to clarify that is to the south of the site. Visual amenity effects will be associated with the extension of the existing airport business zone. Public views for those in transit would be brief and consistent with views experienced in the existing industrial area to the east of the site. Views for neighbouring residents would be static and include a notable change in character, but that would be softened by existing rules and the proposed landscaping provisions, along with the visual break created by the bat habitat areas. I have assessed that the overall effects of the above will be low for the wider area and low to moderate for neighbouring residents. This is due to approximately 41 hectares of the site already enabling development in line with the airport business zone, and due to the proposed bat habitat areas, landscape buffer and building setback provisions. I made recommendations that have been included in the structure plan and PC20 provisions. These require amendments to the existing zone rules to require precinct boundaries to include landscape buffers with other zones. The proposed provisions include specific standards that add to the existing district plan rules to further dictate the height and extent of these buffers. I've also required an additional rule to provide vegetation screening buffers of a specific height and depth between the airport business zone and adjacent zones where no road separates them. These recommendations have been incorporated in the PC20 provisions. I consider they're appropriate to visually soften the change in rural character and amenity values as seen from the surrounding rural landscape. Since writing the LBA report, the structure plan has been amended to include an area of site identified as the bat habitat areas, which consists of a 50-metre wide corridor and a significant proportion of the area referred to as the hub. Planning provisions protect particular existing trees in these areas, and they will be the subject of enhancement planting. The location of these areas also provides further visual amenity and softening of views to the proposed change in character as seen by residents on Middle Road. And here I just want to note that in my primary evidence, which is just slightly, I didn't put this in my statement here, but as I noted in my primary evidence, I disagree with the section 42A officer that any additional changes to the provisions are required for amenity reasons, because I feel that these provisions are adequate to address that. Landscaping provisions are proposed to create buffers between the proposed airport business zone and rural zone boundaries where no road separates them. A landscaping buffer and building setback provision is specified for boundaries with rural zoned properties. The future industrial built form along these boundaries will be set back at least 15 metres, which will minimize any bulk or overlooking effects in addition to the vegetated buffer that, once mature, will ensure these properties retain visual amenity values similar to existing boundary treatments within the rural zone. The relevant submissions that I respond to in my primary evidence raise concerns relating to the loss of visual amenity values associated with rural lifestyle environment, lack of greenbelt provision, and the proposed removal of that small hill to the south. In my assessment, the effect on visual amenity values associated with rural lifestyle environments is considered low for the wider environment and low to moderate for adjacent residents, considering the PC20 provisions. I've based this on the existing environment, including Hamilton Airport and other precincts of Titanium Park, the change in character already being provided for under the district plan and the Waka Kotahi Southern Links designation, along with areas identified for future zoning changes, and that would be in S1 of the district plan. This assessment is also based on my recommended provisions that will soften and screen views to the site. I note that the existing airport zone has design guidelines that must be applied to any development within this area. These design guidelines, which will be updated as necessary, will also apply to Northern Precinct. I consider these design guidelines appropriate to achieve an attractive and high quality development for finer grained landscape outcomes below the requirements of the existing and proposed provisions. I also prepared a rebuttal statement in which I responded to submitters' evidence. In summary, first is Jim Snowball, who provided evidence seeking a green belt between PC20 and existing rural lifestyle blocks that are privately owned. Mr. Snowball's evidence does not introduce any new topics to what was responded to in my primary evidence, and my rebuttal evidence included no further comment to him. Bruce Cuff provided evidence in opposition to PC20, including concerns of an absence of consideration of the Rukahia neighbourhood zone within the LBA and adverse effects to this area due to height differences of sites. My rebuttal evidence illustrated that views to the Rukahia neighbourhood were considered as part of the LBA. Viewpoints included an elevated location near the Rukahia neighbourhood, which is known as VP10 in my report, and another investigated viewpoint, which was located at 3323 Oholpul Road, which was considered representative of views available from 3347 Oholpul Road, which Bruce Cuff was representing. My rebuttal evidence stated that views to PC20 were not available from the investigated viewpoint at 3323 Oholpul Road, and that the landscape and visual impact to the Rukahia neighbourhood area remained as the originally assessed very low from identified viewpoints. Mr. Cuff's evidence suggested the removal of the small hill on the southern part of the site may provide increased sightlines to airport activities. My rebuttal evidence set out that from a landscape and visual perspective, I consider the reduction in enabled building height from ground level provided by the removal of the small hill results in a lower landscape and visual effect to the wider community. Development of buildings will not be elevated in comparison to those enabled by the surrounding airport business zone and are likely to screen views of the airport and its activities. In response to these factors, I believe that PC20 has adequately addressed and responded to changing landscape and visual amenity values. It is my opinion that the proposed structure plan and planning provisions are sufficient to ensure a future environment that visually integrates with existing and future uses. I welcome your questions.
I'm just looking at my notes. You were the person I was going to ask you about the question about the sightline to Parongia, which road it was from. And I think that's been answered. But my further question to that is the orientation to Mount Parongia, will that be something that pedestrians and vehicle users will see? They'll be actually physically be able to see it?
I would hope so, but I think it would need further investigation as part of the detailed design. I know they will definitely see it from the top of the hub, which would, I would hope, allow pedestrian access to the top during the daytime.
I'm just looking at your landscape and visual assessment, and I originally had some questions about what were the red lines, what were the yellow lines, and what were the blue lines, but I think I've got it sorted, and I just want to test that. One was the yellow lines was the zone.
Unfortunately, it did change from some views to others, but if you're looking at a particular viewpoint,
yeah, I was getting confused that the yellow lines didn't seem to be they didn't appear to be the same in each one, and I was
no,
getting
they're not.
confused.
I can confirm.
Okay,
but I can address any questions you have in regard to particular viewpoints.
That was the main one I was getting confused about. The yellow lines seem to change, but they're denoting slightly different things. So I might have to go to the detail, because I was following the detail on some of those. There was definitely a zone in one of the visual simulations.
Maybe if Ms. Jack takes to a viewpoint, yes, and then talks through what the lines in that viewpoint show.
Yes.
And then perhaps if it's possible, an alternative one where the colours have changed, so it may assist or it may make it more confusing.
What you just described actually helps me considerably, that the yellow lines are different in each visual. So I just got to follow the text for that particular one.
For the most part, they're consistent, but some they do change. Okay. If there's any you would like to
that's
review,
probably cleared up my confusion quite a lot, actually. Thank you. The only other question was, I just had a note that there's no simulations, and it's always problematic when you have simulations because you're not quite sure exactly what it might be. But just thinking about building heights and the conglomeration of buildings in a particular area, is that something that you considered particularly in the visual assessment?
Yes, absolutely. So the district plan rules for the existing airport business zone were considered and assumed to be applied to the extension of that zone. It just wasn't simulated because there's no guarantee that buildings would reach that height on those boundaries.
But I've seen and been involved in a number of simulations, and it becomes art more than science.
Yeah.
And I just asked Mr. Grala to comment in respect of the overlay of the Hamilton Airport designation and the impact of that for building heights.
So if I could just add, sir, so the one thing just to turn your mind to is the, we call it the OLS, just to add another acronym into the mix. So it's an obstacle limitation surface that effectively is it's a plane that applies from the airside boundary of the northern precinct. And it's modelled relative to a datum point, but effectively how it manifests is it applies a 6 metre height at the northern end, and then it graduates out to an 11 metre height limit at the southern end of that boundary, and then it graduates in towards the hub. So height limits start becoming gradually higher up until the 20. It intersects with the 20 metre height limit, which applies to the zone anyway. So it's a typical approach fan that you would get in Auckland or other airports around the country, but it will impact how big buildings can be, especially along that airside boundary.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jack. I have no questions. Very clear.
Commissioners, I have two more witnesses. And my next witness is Mr. King. Commissioners, if I could just explain, Mr. King has filed evidence in chief, but as I alluded to, we received late Mr. Hickey's evidence, and so that was after the close of the rebuttal direction timeframe, and so Mr. King responds to Mr. Hickey's late evidence in the summary rather than filing a late rebuttal. We thought it was more efficient to address the comments that he has in the summary. So, Mr. King, can I ask you to confirm that your full name is Scott Dean King and that you are the Regional Engineering Manager at Harrison Gresson based in Hamilton, and that you've prepared a statement of evidence dated 28 February and also a summary statement dated 14 March, and you confirm that both are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I can confirm that.
And Mr. King, can I ask you please to perhaps read from your summary at paragraph 4.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll start off with stormwater management. The solution has been provided for managing stormwater within the Northern Precinct site that demonstrates that an appropriate stormwater management outcome for the Northern Precinct can be achieved. Stormwater will be managed with a combination of road soakage swales and on-lot soakage systems for storm events up to and including a 10-year storm. Larger storm events up to and including the 100-year storm can be attenuated within communal detention areas, including within the multi-use bat habitat area, with controlled discharge points to the Nukuhau stream network to the west, and the existing drain along Rains Road to the east, prior to eventual discharge into the Waikato River. The solution outlined for stormwater management will see the site self-managing stormwater effects within its boundaries, mitigating any effects on the downstream receiving catchments. In addition, due to the provision of pre-treatment for any stormwater runoff, combined with at-source soakage, I consider that the proposed stormwater solution for the site will provide an overall improvement with regards to the quality of stormwater discharge from the site when compared to the potential stormwater runoff quality that could occur from the site and its rural pastoral use. As an example, runoff that has been in contact with on-surfaced cattle excrement. The final design will be refined with modelling at detailed design stage, which might lead to changes in the final basin sizes and configurations that have been indicated to date as part of the conservative assessment done to support PC20. Moving on to water supply. Liaison with Waipā District Council with regard to water supply has established that the predicted water demand for the Northern Precinct can be supplied from the Pukeremu water supply scheme. Ultimately, the Northern Precinct will be connected to the existing Waipā District Council water supply network in the Western Precinct, Southern, Central and Rains precincts. Provision of a water supply ring main linking all the airport business zone precincts together will benefit the area by improving resilience for the wider area. Initial stages of the Northern Precinct development would be supplied by a single line extended into the site from one adjacent existing precinct. If required for pressure and supply purposes for potable and firefighting, then a reservoir and pump station would be included as part of the works to develop the initial stages. This will be investigated further during the detailed design process. The water mains and associated water supply infrastructure within Northern Precinct will be sized at the time of detailed design to provide at least an FW3 level of service and to meet the regional infrastructure technical specification and the New Zealand Fire Service Firefighting Water Supply Code of Practice. A key element to an FW3 level of service is that it provides sufficient water pressure and flows to enable building owners the option of incorporating fire protection sprinkler systems within their buildings. Now on to wastewater. Liaison with Waipā District Council has established the preferred method of wastewater servicing for the Northern Precinct is to connect to the proposed Metro wastewater treatment plant scheme. Wastewater from the Northern Precinct can be serviced via a low pressure wastewater system, discharging to a central collection manhole and pump station, connected via pumped rising mains to the Metro wastewater scheme that is intended to cater for the long-term wastewater servicing of the area. In advance of the availability of the Metro wastewater scheme, untreated wastewater can be pumped from the central collection chamber and trucked to the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant, which is an arrangement that is already in place and operating on the adjacent Southern and Central precincts. In the situation of significant delay or abandonment of the provision of the Metro wastewater scheme, the alternative long-term solution for wastewater would be to provide the wastewater collection chambers with on-site packaged treatment plants discharging to on-site land disposal beds. It is noted that resource consents are already in place for a similar solution for the adjacent Southern and Central precincts. The provision of a central pump station in the Northern Precinct connected to the Metro wastewater scheme also provides the potential for other precincts to be connected into the Northern Precinct pump station and thus the Metro wastewater scheme. With regards to rebuttal evidence, in my statement of rebuttal evidence, I responded to the evidence of Mr. Bruce Cuff on behalf of Joan and Robin Cuff and Denzel Govender on behalf of Hamilton City Council. In Mr. Cuff's statement of evidence, he raised a number of points directly related to the proposed three water infrastructure servicing of the Northern Precinct site. My primary statement of evidence responded to the initial general concerns raised in Mr. Cuff's submission. However, I expanded in my rebuttal statement on some specific stormwater servicing concerns raised in Mr. Cuff's evidence. In Mr. Govender's statement of evidence on behalf of Hamilton City Council, he noted that there are indications within the PC20 documentation that the airport and surrounding precincts are committed to connecting to the future proposed Metro wastewater scheme when it is available. Mr. Govender then stated that he considered that these commitments needed to be strengthened and that the Northern Precinct development should be staged with triggers added to the plan regarding the requirement to connect to a public wastewater treatment solution. My primary statement of evidence addressed this point as it was raised in the original Hamilton City Council submission. In my rebuttal evidence, I reconfirmed that whilst servicing the Northern Precinct with a public wastewater solution, namely connection to the Metro wastewater scheme, is the preferred outcome, it has also been demonstrated with specific reference to the existing scenarios for the adjacent southern and central precincts, that until a public wastewater solution is available, or in the absence of one, suitable alternative non-public wastewater solutions are able to service the site. As such, there are no wastewater infrastructure reasons why development of the northern precinct needs to or should be conditioned or staged on the availability of the future proposed Metro wastewater scheme. I then have some additional rebuttal evidence. After the period for rebuttal evidence closed, Mr. Hickey filed a statement of evidence which I respond to below. My primary statement of evidence responded to the initial general concerns raised in Mr. Hickey's submission. However, I expand below on some specific additional concerns raised in Mr. Hickey's evidence that I had not previously addressed. Mr. Hickey's evidence raised concerns over stormwater management across the site and recommends that stormwater ponds be part of the development. As set out in my primary statement of evidence, the design proposal already provides for stormwater detention basins on the site, in addition to at-source soakage systems with pre-treatment. These basins will collect, store, and slowly release flows to the existing off-site watercourses that surround the site at a controlled rate that doesn't exceed the existing situation. In addition, Mr. Hickey's evidence raised concerns over the potential for spillages of chemicals once the site has been developed and occupied. Mr. Hickey recommends implementing specific planning tools in relation to this. Whilst concerns around the potential for such spillages are appreciated, the issues and protocols around the use of hazardous chemicals in the workplace are already well covered in the Health and Safety at Work Hazardous Substances Regulations 2017. As such, I do not consider that additional provisions are required to PC20 to cover this matter. And that concludes my summary of evidence.
Just got a few questions for you, Mr. King. Thank you. Just your evidence in chief. I just want to confirm that the timing, the current timing for wastewater system is 2026. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
With lots of, there's an asterisk next to the 2026, but that's, as I understand, that's the date that you're looking towards. Okay. Most of my questions are all regards wastewater. I just wondered from your professional view, is there sufficient land available if a reticulated solution isn't available?
Yes, if a reticulated solution isn't available, the land that would be required to be taken up on the northern precinct site for on-site disposal would be approximately 1 hectare.
Oh, 1 hectare, okay.
Yep, and that land doesn't need to be within the precinct. It could be on adjacent land, but 1 hectare is the area that we're.
And do you anticipate, obviously, development doesn't occur overnight, it happens over time, that there'd be sufficient, not only land available, but storage capacity?
Yes, part of the design of the permanent solution would require storage chambers to be provided as part of a wastewater pump station, and that would provide approximately 50 cubic meters of wastewater storage at the initial stage of development.
And I'm pretty sure I read in your evidence, but I might not have been. It was there's a current arrangement for tracking off some of the wastewater at the moment
on some of the adjacent precincts.
Would they be using 35 cubic meter tankers or 50 cubic meter tankers?
I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question. I don't know.
You might not be the right person to ask, but I'm just trying to think, are there any traffic effects from having tanker trucks leaving every day? But when you say a 50-meter storage chamber, in my mind, that's 1 or 2 tanker trucks.
Yep.
Would that be a day's capacity, or is that?
At the initial stages, when there's only a handful of locations occupied, yes, I would not anticipate you needing to be trucking wastewater off the site more often than once a week, maybe twice a week.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Morgan, sir, is just confirmed to me that in his discussions with Waipa District Council there, that side, the engineering department are quite comfortable with the continuing trucking of wastewater as currently is done at some of the precincts, including for the northern precinct, there's that interim option.
My last question is that, so for instance, 2026 comes and goes, there's not a reticulation, you look at implementing the plans for on-site effluent storage and disposal, and then at a later date, yes, there is a business case and it's approved for reticulation. Is that something you can retrofit back? Like you've certainly indicated in your evidence, that would be the intention for the other parts of the other precincts. Would that be a case of you've got northern precinct has its own on-site storage and discharge, but then you have the reticulation available? Would you take up would it be your view that the best practice would be to take up the reticulation at that point?
Yes, as soon as the reticulation would be available, that would be the time to switch over.
Thank you.
Mr. Hickey raised questions or suggestions that there should be basins, and you've responded to that and said, yes, basins will be provided. But you talk about up to 100-year flood. We're all very conscious what's happened of recent times where possibly over 100-year floods have been happening. What happens if those basins don't cope with a greater than 100-year flood? What happens then?
So essentially, the crux of the design of a site like this would be that the internal roading networks are constructed lower than the surrounding building platforms. So in a situation where more than a 100-year flood occurs, it's approximately 100,000 cubic meters of storage space in the ponds that we're providing, which is 100,000 cubic meters of storage space that isn't available on the site at present. When that volume gets taken up, the level within the site would slowly rise and it would start to fill out the roading network spaces, making sure that the properties were protected in the first instance. At that point, if the rain continued to fall, the water would then make its way from the site boundaries into the existing watercourses that surround the site. But prior to that, we've already provided an additional 100,000 cubic meters of storage space as part of the development that isn't in place at the moment on the site. And developing the site does not create more stormwater rainfall. So the situation that we would be putting forward would be an improvement on the current situation, a significant improvement on the current situation in terms of flood protection.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you for your evidence.
Sir, contrary to my pessimism at the start of the day, we're up to my final witness for the day before your site visit. And Mr. Inda has attached to his evidence in chief a number of plans, and I just wonder if I can hand up the hard copy of Mr. Inda's plans, because it may make the questioning of Mr. Inda a little bit more suitable for you if you have a hard copy in front of you and you can turn to the various plans that are attached to his evidence, if that's helpful, commissioners. If not, I don't want to give you more paper for the sake of giving more paper.
We'll suffer for a good cause.
Oh yeah. I don't have to think about trying to find it in the
Oh gosh. So how much is it?
Commissioners, just to explain, Mr. Inda's statements are behind tab 8, and there's a yellow page in sort of 3/4 of the way through, separating his evidence in chief from his rebuttal evidence. So the relevant plans precede the yellow tab.
When you're ready, Mr. Inda.
Thank you very much. And,
Mr. Inda, can you confirm your full name is Cameron Beswick Inda? That
Yes.
you are the transport engineer and transport engineering manager at Bloxham Burnett Oliver?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've prepared a statement of evidence dated 28 February and also a rebuttal statement dated 10 March.
Correct.
And you have, for the trifecta, prepared a summary statement of evidence dated 14 March. And I wonder, Mr. Inda, if I could ask you in the first instance to read your summary from 1.4, and then having done so, take the commissioners through your rather short, not evidence and attachments, and explain to the commissioners how they all fit together.
Okay.
If that's suitable, commissioners.
Sure. Good afternoon, commissioners. So TPL and RPL seek to change the zoning of approximately 130 hectares of land to airport business zone. This includes updates to the current airport business zone structure plan for 41 hectares of existing zone land known as Titanium Park Northern Precinct, together with amendments to the provisions within Section 10 Airport Business Zone of the operative Waipa District Plan. The expected peak period trip generation for the completed Northern Precinct development is approximately 2,500 trips per peak hour, with heavy commercial vehicles likely to be in the range of 12 to 15% of all trips. The following key transport infrastructure components are proposed to facilitate transport amenity for the rezoning proposal. 2 new access intersections are proposed for the site, one to State Highway 3 and one to Rains Road. The internal public road network consists of different road cross sections, speed management, safety, mode neutrality, and ensuring appropriate use is at the core of the network layout and the cross-section designs. A high level of amenity is provided for walking and cycling with off-road paths internally throughout the site to key connection points to the wider network. Additionally, a strategic walking and cycling path is recommended to connect the future Peacock residential suburb from Peacock Road to Northern Precinct and the wider airport business zone via Middle Road and the unformed section of Faping Road. It might be prudent just to refer to my figure 1 in my evidence in chief, if you have that available. No, so figure 1, it looks something like that.
Pages are on. Page 8.
Page 8. So that I'll just talk you through this. This gives you some context. So the big purple patch there in the middle is the area of rezoning. State Highway 21 to the right hand side of the page, bordering the coloured precincts, which is your southern at the bottom there, central in the middle, and the Sharp Road precinct in the orange. Meridian 37 development on the other side of Rains Road is light blue. It's in between Rains Road and the future Southern Links alignment. And that future Southern Links alignment is in grey. So that's the designation area. So you can see the Northern Precinct is fairly close to that alignment. On the west side of Northern Precinct, you've got State Highway 3, which is sort of meandering from the bottom of the page up to the left side of the page. The lines in blue in the top half of the page are the local roads.
The blue line near the top is Rains Road. It's coming down the page is Middle Road, and the next one sort of parallel with Rains Road is Narrows Road. Faping Road is at the end of Middle Road, where Middle Road connects to Rains Road, the two blue lines. So you've got Rains Road at the top, Middle Road north-south, and you've got Faping Road continuing up off the page to the top. And of course, the pink line through the purple areas is proposed Spine Road. Important to note that the Spine Road connects to another link which runs sort of west, and that towards Narrows Road, but that does not connect to Narrows Road. There is no vehicle connection proposed to Narrows or Middle Road. So I'll just refer back now to my summary. So from 1.7, the overall transportation effects of the proposed rezoning on the adjoining road network are likely to be moderate to significant without any transport mitigation measures due to the existing road network infrastructure. However, with the following recommended infrastructure upgrades relating to safety, capacity, connectivity, and accessibility for all anticipated vehicle and active travel modes, I consider that the transportation effects of the rezoning will be sufficiently mitigated to an acceptable level, which is generally no more than minor. The following are the recommended infrastructure upgrades. Developable land area triggers have been assessed and proposed in the provisions under Rule 10.4.2 13A to identify the timing of the upgrades as staged implementation of development occurs. So for access to the site, the new 3-arm roundabout on State Highway 3 connecting to a new public road through RPL and TPO land holdings through to Rains Road. The roundabout should be in general accordance with the location and form illustrated in Appendix B of the ITA. That's also in attachment 1 of my evidence in chief. Connection of the northern precinct to State Highway 3 at this new roundabout removes the need for a road connection via Ingham Road to State Highway 3, as shown in the current structure plan. Therefore, an upgrade to State Highway 3 Ingham Road intersection is not required in relation to PC20, as the expected significant effects at the intersection are avoided by no longer gaining access to Northern Precinct from Ingham Road. Construction of a new T-intersection access on Rains Road with bands left out and right-in movements in general accordance with the intent illustrated in Appendix B of the ITA, and again in attachment 1 of my evidence. The final intersection form and method of control that addresses safe system design principles will be determined through consultation and agreement with WDC as the road controlling authority and Waka Kotahi as an interested party due to the potential effects on state highway intersections at either ends of Rains Road. A direct road connection from Northern Precinct to future Southern Links interchange is future-proofed, along with the internal road network of Northern Precinct for connection to it. The connection will provide efficient access to and from Hamilton CBD via the major arterial road through the Peacock residential growth area, potentially for all traffic modes, or alternatively, it could be a dedicated freight, public transport and walking and cycling connection to the city. The strategic connection will continue to be investigated and planned in consultation with Waka Kotahi once the current form and function review of Southern Links arterial network is completed. The ITA includes concept design plans showing how the proposed road connection could be geometrically accommodated the future western roundabout of the Southern Links Central Interchange. The design includes a clover leaf style westbound off-ramp, which enables the roundabout to remain with 4 arms, not 5, and therefore remain consistent with the designation layout. No vehicle access is proposed between the Northern Precinct and Middle Road or Narrows Road. However, walking and cycling access is provided through the road closure point on Middle Road, where it meets the boundary of Northern Precinct, and to Narrows Road from Northern Precinct for the connectivity to a proposed walking and cycling path along Middle Road, which extends through Faping Road to Peacocks Road. Intersection upgrades. It is likely the existing State Highway 21 Range Road priority controlled intersection needs upgrading to at least a single lane roundabout before any land use activity in Northern Precinct generates traffic. The capacity of the roundabout should also be increased to dual circulating lanes and approaches when the proposed Range Road access to the Northern Precinct is constructed, or once 80 hectares gross or 70 hectares net of developable area has been completed and is generating approximately 1,520 trips per peak hour accessing State Highway 3. No land use activity in Northern Precinct shall generate operational traffic until the upgrade of State Highway 3 Range Road intersection to a roundabout via Wakakatahi is under construction. These transport infrastructure triggers provide certainty that potentially increasing safety and capacity effects at the intersections will be mitigated before Northern Precinct generates the volume of traffic where effects at each location become more than minor. Walking and cycling infrastructure. Provide in a staged implementation the internal network of footpaths, bi-directional cycle paths and shared walking and cycling paths in general accordance with the amended structure plan and primary and secondary typical road cross sections. Provide a shared walking and cycling path on the western side of Rains Road, connecting from Northern Precinct to the new shared walking and cycling path adjacent to the runway near Sharp Road. This then connects Northern Precinct to the eastern and central employment precincts of Titanium Park. Provide a walking and cycling path along the eastern side of State Highway 3 to Ingham Road to connect Northern Precinct with the western employment precinct of Titanium Park. Item D, provide a strategic walking and cycling path connection between Peacocks Road and Northern Precinct via Middle Road and the presently uninformed section of Faping Road. This will provide an attractive and convenient walking and cycling connection between the extensive cycling network in the Peacock residential growth cell to the employment precincts surrounding Hamilton Airport. Delivery of the shared path to Peacock Road requires a safe and appropriate road crossing facility across Range Road for continuity of the proposed path along Middle Road. It is intended that the Faping Road sections of the path be developed in partnership with WDC Wakakatahi as it not only supports the Northern Precinct development, but also provides a wider community benefit by integrating the substantial Peacock residential growth area with a substantial employment area of the Hamilton Airport growth node. Public transport. The primary road connecting between State Highway 3 and Rains Road, referred to as the Spine Road, is designed to accommodate public transport. When complete, this development will enable an efficient public transport service loop around the airport business zone precincts and Hamilton Airport. It could potentially be incorporated into the existing Hamilton to Te Awamutu public transport service or be part of a new PT service in future between Hamilton CBD and the airport. My rebuttal evidence addresses the transport issues raised in evidence by submitters on PC20. Those issues are summarised as 1, the suitability of the proposed Faping Road path connection for cyclists. Just reiterating my rebuttal evidence, in my opinion, the Faping Road route for the walking and cycling path is the most suitable, direct and deliverable route available between Peacocks Road and Rains Road. Contrary to Mr. Prakash's opinion, I do not consider that a short section, approximately 150 metres, with an average gradient of 12.5% makes it unsuitable for cycling, to the point that people riding the 4 to 5 kilometre journey to work between Peacock and Northern Precinct would be deterred, particularly given the future is likely to include a large proportion of e-bike and scooter riders. local road effects, and the expected effectiveness of the proposed restricted movement access to Range Road. I consider that the wording of the Infrastructure Rule 10.4.2.13a is clear that the actual design of the Range Road access to Northern Precinct shall, and these are the words in the rule, physically and legally prevent all vehicles leaving Northern Precinct from turning left onto Range Road and right turn into Northern Precinct from Range Road. I'm satisfied that these specific words mean the access design approved by WDC at the time of subdivision will not enable left turns out or right turns in to Northern Precinct with ease. Accordingly, I do not expect any material traffic effects to occur on Range Road between the Northern Precinct access and State Highway 3. The lack of proposed walking and cycling connectivity to Rukahia, given proposed path connection to Peacock Growth Area. This, I believe this submission point was raised by Mr. Cuff. My response is that the future population of the Peacock Growth Area is significantly greater than Rukahia. A walking and cycling path between Rukahia and the site would be a significant cost, while the potential emission reduction benefits would be almost negligible. Traffic congestion at Tamiheri Interchange. My rebuttal evidence identifies that the northbound congestion on State Highway 21 discussed by Mr. Cuff in his evidence is resolved now following completion of safety and capacity upgrades at Tamiheri Interchange by Whakakatahi. And the last point, number 5, inclusion of a provision for future proofing the design of State Highway 21 Range Road roundabout for a 4th leg. So in the attachment 1 of my evidence, you'll see there's a design there for the State Highway 21 Range Road roundabout. It's a concept design, it's wholly within the road reserve. And this point here relates to the Tabby Tiger submission wanting that design to be future-proofed for a 4th leg. The implication of that is that it couldn't be built wholly within the road reserve as shown. So picking up at 1.10, the joint witness statement of 15th February 2023 records that Mr. Growler, Mr. Tyndall and I consider that the ability to establish a 4th arm in future should not prevent the construction of a 3-arm roundabout in the short term. Mr. Growler and I, in agreement with from Ms. Mackinson and Mr. Crisp, noted that our landowners to the east would need to contribute both land and a share of the cost of constructing a 4-arm enabled roundabout. Keyword there being enabled. On that basis, I note in regard to Mr. Crisp's suggested advice note to Rule 10.4.2.13a, that if this advice note was to be accepted, I consider it needs amendment to recognise it is subject to the necessary land required for enabling a 4th arm being available to Whakakatahi at no cost at the time of design of the intersection upgrade. Also, as the 4th arm of the roundabout is not required for Plan Change 20, the cost of the requirement to enable the future upgrade of the roundabout should not fall on any non-benefiting party. I defer to Mr. Growler's response in paragraph 53 and 54 of his evidence as to whether an advice note to this effect should be included in a district plan. My rebuttal evidence also acknowledges the support of Whakakatahi regarding the transport assessment of PC20 and the proposed infrastructure improvements to mitigate the effects on the state highway network. So in conclusion, from the transport modelling and assessments outlined in the ITA, my evidence in chief, the matters addressed by the 2 transport and planning joint witness statements, and my rebuttal evidence, I remain of the opinion that the transport effects have been robustly assessed, and the revisions to proposed Rule 10.4.2.13a, as outlined in the evidence of Mr. Nick Growler, appropriately address and respond to all traffic and transport matters raised by submitters. The development area triggers in the rule provisions will ensure that all of the required infrastructure upgrades are implemented in a timely manner. Therefore, it's my conclusion that there are no outstanding traffic or transport reasons why PC20 should not be approved. And that's the end of my summary, and happy to take questions.
Mr. I don't actually have any questions for you per se, because I think many of the questions that I was going to ask have actually been dealt through rebuttal in response to the submitters evidence. So I'm going to leave those there, and I've probably got more questions for the submitters when they come in. To be frank, one of the things I've struggled a little bit with is you've got the figure 1, and then some really helpful like preliminary design of the intersections and roundabouts in your, I think it's the appendix 1. But I found it quite hard correlating those two together because of the scale that the figure 1's quite small and these ones are quite detailed. But there is a little inset locality plan on the very first of those plans, and that was really helpful. But that doesn't happen on the other ones. I'm not trying to create new work for you. I'm just sharing with you my frustration of exactly whereabouts these are and what's the context they're in. That first one was really helpful. If there's a really efficient way of having either a more detailed map, bigger map of the figure 1,
right,
that would be great. Electronically would be fine. Or probably more work is having some kind of locality plan that just gives a little bit more context to each of those intersections. That would be really helpful.
Yeah, understood. I was hoping a reference to figure 1 would help sort of give you an idea where these intersection upgrades are.
It's helped with giving a general idea of where they are, but particularly that one, like the locality plan that's on the first one for the State Highway 3 roundabout access, that's really excellent. Yes. I get a really good understanding of where that is in relation to the
provider.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just can't promise it'll be tomorrow morning, but we will provide it.
That's right.
Yeah, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for that feedback.
I just have one question in your paragraph 112.
Sure.
Your last page, you talk about amendments. And I'm looking at the text attached to Mr. Growler's evidence. And just a quick look, I don't see that it has been incorporated. Is there some reason for that?
Yes, I should defer to Mr. Growler.
So just the easy answer for that is while Mr. Inder's covered it from a purely technical transport perspective, from a planning perspective, I'm not in support of the rule being amended, simply because I don't think it's appropriate for an advice note to be in a district plan, and neither is it appropriate when the advice note's drafted as a rule. So in my view, I think it's a de facto rule that Mr. Crisp's trying to add. And I think there's a very real probability it would just frustrate the ability for the applicants to implement PC20 if it was accepted. So that's why it's not in my appended version to my rebuttal.
So 10.4.2.13a should remain as it is on page 13, then read, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Yep. Good, thank you.
Yeah, and that was addressed in the legal subs, but I understand why it may have been missed.
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah. And so Mr. Inder, he's an independent expert, so he's addressed it from a traffic perspective, but there's different overlays to these things, and planning and legal don't support that.
Yeah, understood. Just wanted to be clear, and
Very
now I am.
helpful, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
So just on that, so I was probably thinking there's an olive leaf that had been provided by Mr. Inder in terms of a changed amended advice note. So the view of the applicant is that an advice note is not required.
No, and when you read Mr. Inder's changes and then the additional comment he provides, you can see why legally it's not supported by the applicant in terms of incorporation in a district plan. And I think it would struggle vires for a resource consent condition as well. So no, it's not accepted. And I think it just presents too many issues. And as I said in my opening submissions, and Mr. Inder's just commented, it has the potential to frustrate the delivery of this because it takes it outside the road reserve and into a third party's property, which raises land acquisition issues.
Yep. Thank you.
Is that it for Mr. Inder?
I believe so.
Okay. Commissioner Coffin, I just want to take you back to Ms. Jack's evidence and a point of clarification around the her viewpoints. And if you go to the hard copy that I provided you for Ms. Jack at tab 5, you will come across just before the yellow piece of paper the amended viewpoints that Ms. Jack provided as part of the Section 92 request back in August, which rectified the inconsistencies in the yellow marking that appeared in the LVA. So when you're referring in future to those viewpoints, may I suggest that Appendix 2 may be the go-to, because they reflect the updated viewpoints that happened in August, and to correct that error. So sorry, we didn't confirm that at the time, sir. And just while I have the floor, in terms of the site visit, you'll recall at the beginning of the morning, I suggested that you meet at 188 Narrows Road. I'm proposing to suggest a change to that, and for 2 reasons. So I suggest that you now meet Mr. Dole outside the terminal of Hamilton Airport at the arrivals door. And the reason for that is, one, it avoids the commissioners parking on a grass berm at Narrows Road. 2, it provides an opportunity for you to take up Mr. Morgan's offer for you to quickly review the representations from the input from Mana Whenua into the upgraded terminal. And 3, it provides a useful point for Mr. Dole to then take you for that context of these upgraded intersection sites as part of the site visit. So rather than setting you off and giving you some detailed directions, Mr. Dole will be able to drive you to the proposed upgrade sites that's just been addressed by Mr. Inder, to provide that context, Commissioner. So if that's suitable, that's a suggested change to the itinerary.
Yeah, that would be suitable. Yes, that would be suitable. Thank you.
The planner come, is that still on the table?
I think that represents someone that's another district planner that's not involved in this application, either be her or alternatively it could be me.
Do you have any objection if a council officer not involved in the hearing attends as well?
No objection at all. Just to keep
they'll be able to find their own way up. They won't fit in my car. I'm not trying hard not to divulge what my kind of car I have, but it's only really for 2 people, and it won't be very nice parking on the side of the road.
Am I safe to travel?
Oh, you'll be very safe. Your smile will be safe.
With Mr. Dole, Mr. Chair, that there's no issue with 4 people in his vehicle.
So we'll go to the airport terminal.
We'll go around and drop us back off.
We'll see your person at the terminal. All right.
And just so there's no issue in terms of refunding and any perceptions of that, when you park in the main terminal car park, Mr. Dole will arrange for the parking to be paid. Just thought it's important to note that in open forum, so that you don't incur parking fees just to adhere to a request to park at the terminal. So the airport company will ensure you have access out.
Thank you. So, are there any procedural matters, or are we about to adjourn for a site visit?
My suggestion is you're about to adjourn, and just to foreshadow, tomorrow I have 7 witnesses And we turn first thing in the morning to the issue of bats, where I have a block of 4 witnesses, all dealing with long-tailed bat. And then you'll have a change of pace in respect of dealing with the Mr. Hunt in terms of the agricultural expert for the NPS HPL, and then Mr. Colgrave, and then Mr. Grala as the sweeper at the end.
And according to the schedule in front of me, that is to conclude by about 3:45. Is that still the estimate?
Yeah, I thought today's one was going to present more of the challenge, and we've succeeded. And so, yes, that is still my anticipation, sir.
Good. And at that point, we will hear from Mr. Williamson, Ms. Embling, and whoever else you put before us. Anything from a housekeeping point of view? No? Well, thank you very much. And the case for the applicant, of course, is adjourned. It's not yet concluded. And we stand adjourned, apart from those going on the site visit, until 9:30 tomorrow.